Wow, it was kind of amazing. I'm gonna move to waive as many presentations as can be waived. Is that all right?
I'm also wondering, can you take 8 and 11 together? Because I feel like the ordinance.
8 and 11 is the second and
ordinance
third.
and the DAs on everything about digital billboards
I
together.
think it's okay.
Well, you can suggest it. They've already combined two. Okay. Good thought.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of my questions are gonna. I know.
So you will get them answered one time. Okay, good thought. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
I don't know, are they ready?
I'm not ready, my computer's not working, I can't turn it on.
Wait, I have
I call this Planning Commission meeting to order on October 29th at 6:03 p.m. Can we have the Pledge of Allegiance? And Commissioner Fresco, would you lead us?
Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Play ball, let's win.
Can we have the roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Fresco,
Here.
Commissioner Lampert absent, Commissioner Landris,
Here.
Commissioner Reese absent, Commissioner Wasserman,
Present.
Vice Chair Chaco,
Present.
and Chair Hamilton absent. Before we begin, staff wanted to make a quick recommendation to do a couple agenda management items. Specifically, we are suggesting the commission move item 10A, the commission's annual review, to after the public hearing items in order to not disrupt the overall conversation regarding digital signs. Also, we are recommending to combine the presentations for 11B and 11C as they are under the same ownership. We would still need to conduct separate public comments for each item, and we need separate motions. And if the commission agrees, we would just need a motion to agenda manage and a second, and we can do a roll call vote.
Before I make the motion, I just have a question. I'm under the impression that we are meeting on November 19th. Is there a reason we have to do item 10A tonight? Could we push it to the 19th entirely?
We possibly could. There is a request from the city clerk to get that in before the November 19th, but not too much sooner. So if the night goes too long, we can maybe have that discussion.
Is there anybody who's, oh, it's you. It's you. So you're stuck with us no matter what. Okay. Otherwise, I was going to say, is there someone we could send home and mercifully, but sadly, no. Okay, I'll make the motion as you recommend.
Second.
We could do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Great, motion passes.
Can we proceed with the director's report?
Oh, that is way too small. Okay. Tired eyes. Okay. So at your next Planning Commission meeting, we currently do not have items. At the November 5th meeting, we have not canceled it yet, just in the interest of, should there be any action that comes out of tonight that might need to be at that meeting. November 19th is your other regular meeting in November, and that will be the SB 684 and 1123 recommendation on an ordinance, and this is codifying council's direction. At the December 3rd meeting, there will be a recommendation from the commission to review economic opportunity and growth amendments and code cleanup. So this is sort of a list of amendments that we've been compiling, sort of a more comprehensive code update related to economic recovery that will be coming forward. And December 17th currently has no items. At the ARB, the November 3rd meeting has been canceled, I believe, due to lack of items. And the next meeting of the ARB will be November 17th, where it's a housing project at 1320 Pico Boulevard, and also their boards and commissions review. Landmarks Commission at their November 10th regular meeting will also have their annual review. At the City Council last night, they adopted approval of 3 Mills Act contracts that were up. In addition to that, Council also gave direction for staff to return with more information and options, in terms of how the Mills Act project will be, Mills Act contracts will be administered in the future. They certainly had an interest in understanding, what is the impact on property tax revenue for the city, sort of best practices, even from other cities such as Los Angeles, Pasadena, San Diego, who have mature historic preservation programs and just kind of understanding approaches there. So, certainly staff is very familiar with that. We did that kind of review about 10 years ago. So we anticipate bringing that back to the commission or to the city council in early 2026 before, just so any other property owners may be on notice with any changes in the program. Last night also, the city council had extensive discussions around the Santa Monica realignment plan. This is essentially a guiding framework establishing priorities in the city's work plan for the next 2 years, and really focusing around the notions, strategic priorities of safe and clean neighborhoods, economic opportunity and growth, developing affordable, livable, and secure housing, creating organizational capacity, and building organizational health. I think I've talked about, these initiatives that have been ongoing since the start of our new city manager, around our behavioral values of humility, integrity, motivation, and care internally. That's our guiding post for the city organization, building capacity in terms of bringing back resources, both in terms of positions, so strategic investments in positions, for example, in our code enforcement division, adding 2 code officers, allowing us to have weekend coverage, adding contract services to build capacity within our permit services, to be able to sort of achieve some aggressive but absolutely achievable plan check turnaround times. That's really centered around the new Clarity software permitting system, but as we know, technology doesn't fix everything, so that will be in line with process reengineering. We'll be working across the organization in terms of, really thinking through what's the most efficient development services process that serves our community and our customers. And then the council also adopted resolutions of intention. I'm really speaking to things that are within sort of the Planning Commission's purview. Resolutions of intention to look at development standards, land use and process for city-owned sites in the downtown, and also public and private properties within the former Gateway Master Plan area. These are ideas that are in the Downtown Community Plan. They're being revitalized as a means to drive value on, being strategic with city-owned properties and driving reinvestment in our downtown and in the lead up to major global events, that are going to be upcoming in 26, 27, and 28. So really exciting times, for the organization, really giving us shared purpose, mission, and values. You can certainly take a look at last night in terms of the very expansive organization-wide work plan, but those are some of the highlights, that you'll be hearing about, at least from community development. At the November 18th council meeting coming up will be an appeal on a structure of merit designation, 1125 18th Street. And the digital sign district ordinance is also anticipated to be at that meeting. And we've listed, depending on the commission's recommendation, of course, on the development agreements, if there's that recommendation, it would be anticipated to be on that November 18th meeting as well. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions? We'll start with you, Commissioner Landris.
Thank you. Yes, I share in the broad excitement about the new plan. Would it be possible for us to get a presentation on the pieces that affect planning? For example, I was really intrigued to read about using AI to do
Yeah.
plan check. I think it would just be cool to learn more about it, but also good for, the public to kind of see that in a presentation format.
Sure, yeah, we'd be happy to walk through that. We may not have all the details. This is a sort of like 2-year effort, so some things will happen right away and others will come out over a longer arc, but of course, happy to highlight,
Great.
things within the commission's.
And also how you think the code enforcement's going to play out and some of the other pieces, but however we can be supportive. Thank you.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Yeah, one of the items, I'm looking at the agenda from last night, says authorize staff to focus city housing development efforts in the downtown core and concurrently directed staff initiate studies to identify policy options that do not jeopardize housing element certification and also ensures that future development on boulevards achieves compatibility with existing residential neighborhoods. So I guess I was wondering, that's a separate item, at least on this agenda, from the 2 resolutions of intention. What exactly does that mean and what's the timeline with that one?
Yeah, I think it's just a request from the council for us to come back, to really take a look at, and, I think our guiding star being not jeopardizing the certification of the housing element, but really thinking, are there creative ways that we could incentivize, different kinds of development types? I don't think it would be a remeasuring of base standards per se, but may take the form of, for example, incentive programs. That I think we're really thinking through those ideas. So, we will bring back information about that. We don't have everything formulated yet, but it's a request to kind of look at that and bring back options.
Great, and then just one comment, because I feel like no one else will make it on the realignment plan. One of the things that was minor items was suspending the requirement that businesses survey transportation demand management, how people get to work. I work in transportation data. I know that it's a burden, but I am sad that one little item passed because I feel like we can't improve what we can't measure.
Yeah, and the DOT will be coming back with options. That kind of a pause will require an ordinance amendment, so they're obviously looking at the options, and they'll be bringing that back to council. Yeah.
Any more questions? Do we have any commissioner announcements? None?
Go vote.
Great, okay. All right, I'd like to announce a few procedures regarding speakers. If there are speakers who wish to speak on an agenda item, they must submit a speaker's request form, a chit that looks something like this, and submit it to the commission secretary on my left. And all these requests must be submitted to the commission on hearing items before they come under consideration. Do we have any speakers who wish to speak on an item that is not on the agenda? Hearing none, we'll move on to the consent calendar, which are for minutes only. Do any commissioners wish to pull the items from the agenda?
Ethan, did I remember to send you my correction? You didn't get it? Then I have to pull it. because I forgot to send it in.
Would you care to make a
Sorry.
motion?
I move to pull, do I have to move it? I can just pull it. Yeah.
Okay.
So on page 3 of 5, about halfway down, it says, considerable discussion ensued about how some of the city's incentives designed to preserve structures of merit allow for limited waivers of development standards. And basically, that was a comment made by Commissioner Reese. And when he said structures of merit, he meant buildings that are worthy. And I actually commented that a structure of merit is a technical term that he didn't mean. So I would like the minutes to reflect that. So you could just say structures with merit, something like that. I just didn't want meritorious, anything, just not the term from our ordinance. And with that, I move the consent calendar with those changes.
Any second? I'll second. Commissioner Fresco moves and Commissioner Wasserman seconds.
Yep. I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Fresco,
Aye.
Commissioner Landris,
I could abstain, but in the spirit of trusting my colleagues, I'll vote yes, even though I wasn't here.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco.
Yes.
See, Michelle, I do take direction from the city attorney.
I was going to say it's a vote of confidence, so thank you.
So motion passes. That moves us on to the study session.
Do we need,
Do we have a staff presentation? Okay, good.
well, for this part, this isn't a DA, this is an ordinance. The ordinance isn't a DA. Okay, never mind.
Hi. Thanks for sacrificing your evening here instead of watching the Dodgers game. I'm sure this is just as exciting. Right. Who? Right, a big giant billboard to watch the game. That's why we're here tonight, is for the Digital Display District Ordinance. So tonight's agenda, we're going to go over the draft Digital Display District Ordinance that was published for public review on October 20th. It's available on this website. I hope you guys all had a chance to take a look at it. So tonight's agenda, we would be providing an overview of this ordinance, and then we'd like to receive some Planning Commission comments on this ordinance for council consideration on November 18th. Planning Commission comments are not required or mandatory, since this is technically not within the zoning ordinance. So we're providing this as a courtesy review, but we'd be happy to forward along your comments to council. So just to give some background information, signage currently is regulated under Chapter 9.61 of our municipal code. Billboards and off-premises digital advertising is currently permitted. Off-premises digital advertising means that you're advertising for services or products that the store or the retailer does not currently sell or provide. And so I know the city recently made changes about, I think, last year to allow animated signage to face onto the promenade. These are smaller scale animated signage, and they don't permit off-premises digital advertising. So what we're proposing here tonight is completely new. It would allow for on and off-premise digital advertisement, and it would be much larger than that is currently allowed on the promenade. So today, just to give you some background, which we'll be going over tonight, the city has received 4 development agreement applications for digital signage. Because the city's sign code does not allow for these types of digital displays, they're being processed as development agreements, and this is consistent with the ordinance, which I will be talking about. So the ordinance has also been drafted in response to council direction that was provided on June 10th in the study session. So this is kind of a history of how we got here. It started way back in September 2022, where council directed staff to explore a large digital signage program at Santa Monica Place. Then in 2023, there was an adoption of an ordinance to award a franchise to Big Outdoor for the city's digital kiosk network. I mentioned some recent actions that were done to revitalize the promenade and the Bayside Conservation District. This includes increasing the flexibility for animated signage, as I talked about, as well as establishing the 3rd Street Promenade Entertainment Zone. So in line with those efforts, council on June 10th directed staff to draft a new digital display district ordinance that would encompass the 3rd Street Promenade and the Santa Monica Place Shopping Center. They also directed staff to begin DA negotiations for these new digital displays. So the ordinance itself would serve as the regulatory framework to guide processing of the digital display development agreements. It would provide the standards that every digital display operator would have to comply with. And it would set forth the requirement that all of these displays have to be processed through development agreements. So when we drafted the ordinance, it's really guided by 4 policy objectives, which are advancing the city's vision of the downtown consistent with our LUCE and our downtown community plan. 2, driving the economic recovery and revitalization of the 3rd Street Promenade and Santa Monica Place Shopping Center, as well as balancing the innovation of digital signage technology with our city responsibilities to make sure that these digital signage do not overwhelm the area. In addition, we want to make sure that these digital signage provides community benefits as well as cultural enrichment opportunities. So in terms of the first objective, the ordinance supports the city's efforts to reinvigorate the downtown as our premier entertainment destination. It aligns with the city's recent designation of the promenade as an entertainment zone, and it's also consistent with all of our recent efforts to amend the zoning ordinance to streamline process and create flexibility for land uses on the promenade so we can get back the promenade to its premier destination it used to be. The district encompasses the 3rd Street Promenade and the Santa Monica Place Shopping Center, which is consistent with the City Council's direction. They specifically told staff to ensure that the digital display district only encompasses this area so that signage is not overproliferated in the area. There's a number of reasons for this. One, the shopping center as well as the promenade are the city's economic heart. So, this area generates about 15% of the sales tax revenue. And it's the city's only fully pedestrian shopping area. This area has a unique, mix of uses with dynamic activity day and night, and we have a lot of entertainment and cultural uses. So in terms of what the ordinance does, it does restrict the new digital displays to the following locations, which are on the corner buildings of the promenade and as well as on the exterior faces of the Santa Monica Place Shopping Center. With respect to the corner buildings, each display cannot exceed 1,000 square feet. Alternatively, they could have 2 display faces, meaning it's basically 2 separate faces that wrap the corner, one on each side, but together they cannot exceed 1,000 square feet. So it could be one 500 square foot facing Arizona and then one 500 square foot facing Promenade, for example. And on the Santa Monica Place Shopping Center, each of the display cannot exceed 1,000 square feet. So this is really our size limitation on these digital displays. These limited locations allow the city to minimize their impacts on surrounding residential uses, because outside of the promenade and this district and the shopping center, there's an abundance of residential uses, for example, on 6th Street, 7th Street, and 5th Street, and so forth. And so we want to make sure that we minimize impacts on these sensitive light receptor uses. Also, the corner locations allow us to leverage the prime visibilities of these high traffic corners. These corners are frequently seen by, pedestrians and cars alike. And by limiting it to these locations, we would prevent the oversaturation of digital displays in the downtown district. So based on the corner locations and 4 that are proposed at Santa Monica Place Shopping Center, the district ordinance would permit up to 16 proposed digital signs. So this is what was studied in the lighting study that has been attached to your staff report. And so you'll see, I know it's kind of hard to tell, but it's those pink corners. And so of the 16, we have 7 currently proposed under development agreement applications, which are your next items that you'll be reviewing. The purpose of another important objective of the ordinance is to drive the city's economic recovery and revitalization of the Third Street Promenade. With these digital displays, we can create new ongoing revenue streams for the city and local businesses. We could also reactivate the storefronts and the facades of these buildings with dynamic, visually engaging content. We could display art, we could display civic news and content. It also would draw new visitors and investments to the downtown. So also allowing these digital signs would encourage advances in creative signage technology, as well as allowing the city to display art and creative designs. So the ordinance is more than just a signage regulatory tool, it's also a placemaking tool. Within the ordinance, it does require that when a digital display is put up, that building that is mounted on has to comply with specific occupancy thresholds, and these occupancy thresholds would be determined per DA. This is to account for variability of the sites. Also, the occupancy thresholds ensures that someone just doesn't slap a sign on a building and walk away. We want to make sure that the downtown remains activated so that there is activity going on where the sign is. Another objective of the ordinance is to balance innovation with responsibility. We're trying to, embrace new technology with regards to signs, digital signs, and digital displays that also respect the existing uses of the area and are aligned with the city sustainability goals. And so under the ordinance, each digital display must be processed by development agreement, as I mentioned, and the DA itself would establish the terms and obligations of the digital display applicant and operator. And all of these digital displays must comply with the ordinance and provide community benefits. And per the ordinance, design review approval of the digital display is done by the city manager. What's in the ordinance? The ordinance establishes a number of standards. One I mentioned is the size, so it's set at 1,000 square feet. There's also standards with regards to hours of operation. We heard from council they want to align with the entertainment zone, and so hours are limited to sunrise to 1 a.m. The 1 a.m. just allows us to respect the light-sensitive residential uses that are in the area. In addition, recognizing the city's sustainability goals, the ordinance establishes energy use standard that would require that these displays utilize 100% renewable energy sources. Right now, the city does have this option with the Clean Power Alliance. Additionally, the ordinance does prohibit audio, except for when it's approved for city programming and events. Also, the ordinance requires that the displays be maintained in good condition and free from blight, such as rust, disrepair, and graffiti. We also have a content allowance that allows off-premise advertising with First Amendment compliant content guidelines that would be adopted by City Council. And for your information, we've provided some of these content guidelines here. These content guidelines basically restrict things like obscene material, matter, false deceptive material that infringes on copyrights, illegal activities, of course, profanity, violence, anything that could be mistaken for driver's distraction, like a traffic signal, could mimic a traffic signal or any kind of traffic display, we would prohibit, as well as any materials that conflict with law. In terms of the illumination standards and the lighting standards, we did contract with the lighting expert, Francis Crahy, who's here tonight to answer your questions if you have any, to study all of the signs that could potentially be built in the district. So that's all 16 signs, as I mentioned, with the corners as well as Santa Monica Place Shopping Center. And based on that, we came up with these standards that would ensure that residential uses are not significantly impacted. So at daytime, from sunrise until sunset, luminance, which is, you know, the amount of light source that's coming or the amount of brightness that's coming from that light source, is limited to 6,000 candelas per meter. And in the evening, they have to turn that down to 300 candelas per meter squared until 10 p.m. And between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m., then it's further reduced to 200 candelas per meter squared. And then after 1 a.m., it's required to be shut down until sunrise. Also, there is a requirement that if there are residential uses nearby, that the lighting and the luminescence cannot exceed the 3.0-foot candles. And all of these digital display operators will have to do a lighting study to prove that they meet these standards. We also have standards to provide safeguards for driver safety and traffic safety. Couple of them includes prohibiting directional warning or danger signals, prohibiting red, flashing, blinking, or intermittent lights that could be mistaken for warning signals. Also, if a digital display is a static display, meaning like it's not fully animated, that static image transition needs to be at a rate of no more than 1 per 8 seconds. And then the transition fade in from a previous image for a static or not animated image should not be less than 1 second. In addition, we would prohibit strobe effects, flashing images, and scrolling text. This is to prevent people from becoming distracted trying to either read the digital sign or being, you know, being distracted because they can't see. And an important thing about a highlight of the ordinance is the opportunity for community benefits and cultural enrichment opportunities. Within each DA, there will be a financial community benefits section that will outline a revenue share of the gross annual revenues and a minimum annual guarantee, whichever is greater. So for example, it could be 20% of the digital display's gross advertising revenues, and it could be a minimum annual guarantee of, let's say, I don't know, $500,000. So whichever is greater is what the city would receive. We would also require a one-time contribution to be paid upon the display completion. Currently, an economic study is underway to determine the potential revenue generation of all the digital signs in the district. That is yet to be completed, and that will be used as the basis for finalizing our negotiations with these digital display operators in the DA. And we do anticipate that the study will be complete before council hearing on November 18th. And then also an important community benefit that is written in the DA template and that we will be discussing is that each digital display must allocate 20% of its total annual operating time to city and art content. And so to ensure that this content is done in a uniform manner, it would be created through a city-administered program, or it would be curated, through a city-administered program, so that we can ensure that everything aligns with our city policies. The digital displays offer a really unique opportunity for us to expand community access to public art and strengthen the economy, the creative economy, in line with our Arts Everywhere program. It could turn basically any storefront into, you know, a piece of art. And so it will allow us to show rotation of local highlights, cultural event promotions, and seasonal showcases. And unlike static art installations, we were able to, you know, rotate through different pieces of artwork. So this is a very important, you know, contribution to making this basically an evolving outdoor public art museum in the downtown, so that people can walk through and really enjoy a visually activated promenade. This program could be implemented similar to West Hollywood's Moving Image Media Art Program. This is their own kind of program which they do to make sure that all the art and city content is appropriately displayed. And finally, we have received a number of comments since publication of the draft ordinance. These are some revisions that I've outlined in the staff report that we plan on making prior to when we take this to city council for final approval. One is to clarify the projections and encroachments have to comply with requirements regarding hazardous visual obstructions. Another is just to clarify that the display limitations for Santa Ana Place Shopping Center. Another is just clarification regarding that, the energy requirement, it applies where such option is available by the utility provider. Also, maintenance standard is corrected to remove the word weeds. Instead, we're putting the word rust. Also, lighting standards have been clarified to state the transitional requirement of 45 seconds. So that when it does transition between kind of the different illuminance and standards, that there's a slow transition so that it's not just, transition from one brightness to another. We also have made clarifications regarding the emergency use. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions along, have all my colleagues who've also helped draft this ordinance, Susan Cola, Roxanne Tanamori, and Francis Crahy here, as well as Katie Dorr, to answer content guidelines and questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Since we have, I believe, questions from all commissioners, I'm going to start with Commissioner Fresco, switch to Commissioner Wasserman, back to Commissioner Landris, and I'll go last. So with that, Commissioner Fresco?
My first question is, are these contracts, these DA contracts, are they with the property owner or with the service provider? And how does that work if one or the other changes?
So a couple of them, the 11B and 11C is the property owner. 11A is with the operator. And then 11D is with, sorry, I'm forgetting what 11D is. 11D is with the property owner no, 11A is with the property owner Macerich, that's 395 Santa Monica. And there is an agreement that allows them, the receiver to I could take control, yeah, sorry.
So, no, it's a development agreement, which means it's going to be like recorded against the property. It will run with the land, and so it is with the owner. And we have a provision which basically says that the owner, even though there is a digital billboard operator, the owner is responsible for ensuring that the operator complies with the agreement. But ultimately, it's the property owner that's responsible, and it runs with the land, meaning that if they sell the property, it runs to the next owner.
I see. And so if, God forbid, one of the operators vanishes off the face of the earth and the sign is abandoned, the owner is responsible for finding a new operator or removing the sign?
That's right.
Okay.
Just so we all are on the same page about this, when you say the owner, if there is a receiver for a particular property or multiple properties, the receiver assumes all of the obligations of the owner. Is that correct?
While during the receivership, they basically, it's kind of like a conservatorship, that they take responsibility for protecting the property, managing the property. Ultimately, the property ownership remains, whoever the owner is, it's just that they don't have control of it. And then if there's a foreclosure process, then ultimately there'll be a new owner and the receiver should be out of it.
But if there's a disagreement between the receiver or the owner, or between the receiver and the lender or lenders during the pendency of a development agreement, who is the city calling to get a problem solved? That's really, like, where's the accountability between those parties?
It's still the owner. So if it's the owner, if the bank takes over, for example, then it's the bank. If the receiver is kind of the agent for the owner, then they would be the ones, I guess, to implement the owner's obligations. But ultimately, it's still the owner because it runs with the land.
And so if the owner disagrees,
Well, if the owner disagrees, that's their problem. I mean, it would be our problem ultimately too, because practically, if they were to be in default, we would have to, exercise our rights under the development agreement. And of course, it's always more complicated when you have a workout situation and a receivership situation. But, and I understand kind of why you're asking this. And this is something that recently came up and, so we need to digest it a little more.
Okay.
But we understand what you're asking, and ultimately, there's going to be a contract. It will be recorded against the property. It theoretically should be enforceable. Practically, it may be difficult.
Thanks, Susan.
Commissioner Fresco, you still have questions?
Yeah, so there was a little reference in the staff report about that the city might be considering doing this beyond the promenade. Is that a thing, or was that just in theory? No, that's,
No, that was not in the staff report. We are taking our cues from city council city council direction to only limit it to the promenade and Santa Monica Place Shopping
I
Center.
just wanted to make sure that. And this kind of treads a little into discussion, but I just want to ask you, is there I want to say a good reason, a reason I would think is good for why there's not Landmarks Commission review for putting 1,000 square foot signs on landmark buildings?
Ultimately, the council will be making the decision on the sign. And I would also caveat that, we are still in the process of completing the CEQA analysis. And because of that, there may be some tweaks to the ordinance. It's just that we've been directed, staff has been directed to take this to council as soon as possible. And so we are working as fast as we can. We've contracted with all the consultants to get the reports, so it's all coming. But ultimately, because it is a development agreement, and because a development agreement contemplates deviation from the ordinance, but recognizing that the city will still have to look at all the same aspects that we would normally look at if it were just a standard ordinance versus a development agreement. So it's kind of built into the development agreement.
I didn't see it.
Right, I mean, there may be,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
I mean, if you
even
think
in
about
the
it, though.
historic preservation element, it says that these things will be reviewed by the public. That's like a thing. So it never says everything must go by the Landmarks Commission, but it does say that the public should have input into changes to landmarks.
Right,
So,
but the development agreement does contemplate a streamlined review. And so it's not to have sequential discretionary reviews currently contemplated, so.
And I think the
Right.
purpose of sharing the ordinance with the commission, so we actually released the ordinance about a week ago, I want to say, right? For public review, because the idea is to obviously have a framework established, that would guide these development agreements, which are templates. Again, that was, I think, in the interest of kind of having everyone having, playing by the same set of rules, so to speak. So I think certainly we would welcome, comments from the commission in that regard with respect to the preservation aspect of this, but ultimately, it is council that will adopt the ordinance and they will take in all the input.
okay,
I would also just add that they will all be subject to CEQA, so to the extent that
right.
if it is a landmark building, we would have to make
I
CEQA
understand.
determinations.
And just to say, art is great, but history presentations are nice too, and it would have made me feel better if you had remembered to say that in the report. Okay, those are my questions for now.
Last one?
Thanks. First question, how baked are the DAs at the moment? Are you still in negotiations? Are the comments we make tonight?
So in items 11, A, B, C, and D, there is a development agreement template provided as an attachment. And so the terms of things like abatement, outside occupancy dates, those have been negotiated. And so that's what's in the development agreement template. As far as the financial contributions, that is still being worked on currently.
Right, but if we offer suggestions for changes, is it too late?
So the one thing you need to
Well, legally,
realize is
no,
that we, in order to maintain a level playing field for all of the billboard operators, we need to have provisions that are fairly uniform and standard. So while we can take in whatever suggestions you have, just recognize that we are dealing with multiple parties. And so we do want to avoid a situation where we negotiate one thing with one party and another with another party.
Sure, but changes that would affect the template for everybody.
Well, again, we are willing to listen to your comments. And then if the comments are substantive, we can take them back and talk to the other parties to see if they are open to this and see how far we get.
Great. I'm wondering, I'm going to throw out an idea and I want you to tell me what's wrong with it. You take the template from the DA, you pass an ordinance saying ministerially, if you meet those points, it's approved. And, you don't want the ordinance to be so long and so complicated. So you could say in the ordinance, staff is empowered to develop guidelines. But you create a ministerial process where if you meet these qualifications, you automatically get approved as opposed to a DA. What have I missed?
The DA allows for more flexibility and community benefits. If we were to do an ordinance, it would be very difficult to negotiate those community benefits. And that's one of the primary reasons, my understanding is that that's why we were doing this and that's why council directed this.
Are there any of the benefits that could legally not be just a part of a checklist ministerial process?
Maybe it would help if you tell me what exactly are you trying to
Right. So
get at?
the money, the minimum guarantees, the percentage of the ad revenue, is that something that could be asked of applicants as part of a checklist? So in order to get your sign approved, you have to agree to this. And if you do agree to that, then you get it approved without having to go through any negotiations. You just meet that criterion.
Yeah, I think the difference between an ordinance and a development agreement is that, again, the development agreement, we do not have to address issues relating to monetary exactions. It is something that gives us more flexibility. So from a legal standpoint, it is safer to be in a development agreement than in an ordinance.
There's also the length of the term, as Roxanne was mentioning as well. Because of the length of the term, it's a 30-year agreement. So.
Sure. That's helpful. The corner parcels, what's the order there? Did staff or council decide we're gonna go for corner parcels and on the promenade, and then these applications came in, or the applications came in, they happened to be from corner parcels, and then that became the limiting principle?
I think it was more of a mutual how we got there, because in looking and talking with operators too, the interest was only really in corners as well, and it allows the city to really leverage the prime visibility of these corners, getting the vehicle traffic as well as the pedestrian traffic. And it allows us to, basically control these signs so that they don't just over proliferate along the promenade.
Great. One of the items in the presentation was talking about sort of the billboards increasing, I forget what it said, but foot traffic essentially down in on the promenade. What, did you have research, other examples of billboards as attracting foot traffic, and not foot traffic to a particular store? I've seen some pretty convincing research that they actually do drive sales, but like, are people gonna come to an area because of a billboard regardless of the content of it or the specific advertisements?
I have not done research you're asking about whether there's data that billboards, these digital displays attract visitorship?
Yes.
I mean, honestly, I did not do that research, but I think you could kind of see in what historic areas like LA Live, New York, Times Square, things like that, there was definitely a lot of, I think it's really the the fact that the Promenade and the Santa Monica Place Shopping Center already have high levels of foot traffic is what lends itself to being a prime location for these digital displays rather than the reverse. But it could attract more visitors as well. As I mentioned, with West Hollywood, they envision these digital displays as kind of their form of outdoor art museum, So, yeah, I would very much say that there is that possibility that these digital displays could be utilized in ways that would activate more of the storefronts and drive more visitors here.
So you said the term was 30 years.
Years plus 2 10-year extensions.
How feasible do you think it would be to lower that term from 30 years?
30-year term was also a council direction.
Okay.
And what we've seen from other cities, because of the significant investments that these digital displays do require, they tend to be longer, like 25 to 30 years. That is typical of what we've seen.
The scrolling text, I had emailed about this. Do you have research that specifically, I mean, I understand a bright strobe light is going to distract drivers, and that seems self-evident. Do you have evidence that like a little chyron at the bottom of a screen, like on CNN, is going to distract drivers significantly?
Right. Well, in terms of what Caltrans prohibits for their digital displays along the freeways, they don't allow scrolling text, and so we want to be conservative, given that these are new installations, and so we want to be on the conservative side and not allow these scrolling text because it could pose somewhat of a hazard.
Okay. I have a question on the lighting. I don't know if you have someone who did the lighting study here.
Francis is here, yeah.
Foot candles, candelas, I admit I don't have a frame of reference. Give me some frames of reference for these numbers.
Well, so, good evening. My name is Francis Cray. And just briefly, I can explain. Lighting is evaluated in two different metrics. One is what we term light trespass, or light from one property to an adjacent property or a distant property. That light that falls on that second property is measured in foot candles. So if you have a light source in the ceiling and you were to evaluate how much light is at your desk, you would measure that in foot candles. Luminance is the intensity of the source. So if you look up and you look into one of these light sources, that intensity, which we typically call brightness, the lighting technical term is luminance, and it's measured in candelas per meter squared. That really affects our perception of glare. So how bright that source is in your eye, your view from your eye, relative to everything around it, determines whether you have the sensation of glare, whether it's uncomfortable. In our study, we use a metric that says any source that's brighter than 30 times the background is considered a source of glare. That's a very conservative value. There's research that says that your eye can withstand 100 times, 200 times. But we set the bar very low for the consideration of the study to say that anything that's 30 times would be a source of glare. So those are the two metrics that are used to evaluate the sign.
And I guess what is in cities like LA that allow digital billboards already, what is a Caltrans adjacent, a freeway adjacent digital billboard? What's the luminance there?
So the 300 candelas per meter squared nighttime luminance is widely adopted in the city of Los Angeles, city of West Hollywood, city of Carson, many freeway adjacent billboards where there's a concern about intensity of light. So I think from our experience, that is, it's an effective balance. The signs are bright enough to be legible and successful commercially, but it's not so excessively bright that people find them offensive or they don't project inordinate amount of light onto adjacent properties.
And do you typically, have you seen examples of other cities with different thresholds for like tall freeway adjacent versus like somewhat pedestrian scale? Or that's generally the same standards?
No, it's a good question. I think that typically it's more about the context and the brightness of the adjacent area. So the purpose of the digital display is to make the information prominent. And so if you're trying to make something stand out in the context of a very bright space, then you need a relatively high luminance. If it's in a darker zone, it'll be prominent with a very low luminance. So I think that's what drives that discussion. And I would just say that the measurements that we documented along the 3rd Street Promenade and surrounding Santa Monica Place, this part of the city is already well illuminated. So it's a relatively bright context compared to even Sunset Boulevard. I mean, frankly, the light levels that we measured around 3rd Street Promenade were in some cases higher than what we've measured in West Hollywood.
Interesting.
So I think the standards that we proposed, again, the maximum luminance at night is the same as what's used in West Hollywood. The only difference here is that we're recommending a reduced level after 10 p.m. to 200 candelas per meter squared.
Great. Just one more. Right.
Mind if I
Oh,
jump
oh,
in
yeah,
on a
please.
lighting question while you're on this? Thank you. A question about the illuminance standard. I'm just curious, since it's measured at, not at the source, but at the impacted point, and I presume in order to make it enforceable, can you determine where whatever that foot candle measurement is, whether it's actually coming from the digital display or from other sources?
Yeah.
And is that a factor at all?
Yeah, so actually we have a testing regimen that we've developed for the city of Los Angeles and the city of West Hollywood, which is recognized by both cities. You know, we've actually trained their staff in how to conduct these measurements. Basically, we turn the sign on in its test mode, which is the all-white mode. We measure the illuminance at the subject property, and then we turn the sign off, and we measure it again. So you have the differential between the intensity of the sign on
With and without?
and the intensity without. So it's actually pretty simple and widely used.
I see. Another general question. As a relative newcomer to Santa Monica, I've been struck by how at a particular point during the day you have the sun pretty low in the sky and a very bright, almost blinding situation. And since the luminance is measured based on the background,
Right.
I'm just curious how that, maybe relatively limited period of time, how you address something like that.
Well, the daytime luminance is much higher. It's set at 6,000 candelas per meter squared, and I believe most of these digital displays have the capacity to go up to 8,000 or 10,000 candelas per meter squared. So they can be even brighter than the maximum that's been suggested in the regulations. That said, if it's 6,000 candelas, in most conditions, that's still legible in direct sunlight. Now, if you're looking at the sign and at the same time you're looking at the sun, there's no chance that you're going to see the sign because your eyes will be saturated from the sun. So depending upon the angle that you're viewing it, the sign surface, it may not be visible because of the glare of the sun. But generally, I think, again, 6,000 candelas per meter squared is widely used. And so I feel confident that it can be commercially successful.
Thank you. Back to you, Commissioner.
Yeah, one final question apropos of the World Series.
What's the score?
So, I am not checking. The DAs and the ordinance, as I understand it, allow for the city to kind of be flexible about how they use their time and put it together in blocks, separate it in blocks. Let's say we have a World Series or an Olympics where maybe we want to show, the Olympics happen, dusk to dawn. That's going to eat up our time for the year.
Correct.
Is there any provision for mega events? I have no idea how you would define it to change that distribution.
That is, that would take away from our revenue share, so obviously there's a sacrifice, the more content that the city displays, the less we get and the less advertising revenue that is generated. Again, I think with these as we're still working through DA negotiations, but of course, the more we require these digital display operators to give up kind of their display time, the less they're going to offer us. So it will affect our MAG, it will affect our revenue share, so.
Okay, that's useful. I'll save the rest for comments.
Great. Commissioner Andrus.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to just start with I'll just sort of run through my list. Rachel, you and I had talked about this issue around the word adjacent in the draft, and it wasn't on your list, so I just wanted to ask if you could clarify that.
I did not put that up here. Yes, it is, I believe it's in the staff report though, but actually the text is right there. So illuminescence from any digital display or architectural lights shall not exceed 3.0 foot candles at any nearby residential uses to limit light trespass.
Okay.
So instead of the word adjacent, it saes nearby.
Okay.
So that is a correction. I believe that's identified in the staff report.
Thank you, yeah. Sorry?
Do you mind if I jump in?
Yeah, please.
Is that ongoing? So if a new residence opens after the billboard, would that then potentially reduce their lighting?
Yeah, they would have to provide a photometric study every 2 years, so yeah, they would have to comply with this standard.
So next, just a couple of things that we talked about, and I want to just sort of ask. I'll do renter protections next. So the first thing I'm given to understand that council's current mobility spending plan includes the establishment of no right on red at all of the intersections where the signs are proposed around Santa Monica Place. And you and I have talked about, concerns about distraction and a driver looking up here and doing that, and there's a bike right next to them. In terms of the timeline for this ordinance and when we think the lights would get switched on, is it a fair bet that stuff that's budgeted is going to get implemented before the lights get turned on?
Sorry, can you?
So my understanding is that we are putting no right on red in the areas around where the proposed signage will be, which would help prevent a distracted driver from looking at a sign and not at the cyclist or pedestrian right next to them.
So is your question about the effective date of the ordinance?
No, it's yes, and what the timeline would be.
Are you talking about the capital improvement on the mobility, the putting in, implementing the no right on red, what it takes to do that relative to the build out of the signs from the ordinance?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, my goal, that's bleeding into discussion, but my goal is that we have the no right on red activated before the signs are activated.
So
Right, so Yeah.
So these DAs wouldn't become effective until the ordinance becomes effective. And what we've heard from operators, it takes about 1 or 2 years to construct these signs. There is also an outside building permit state, as I mentioned, where the operators have, I think, two years to construct a sign, I believe. I don't remember what it was, but yes, 2 or 3. It's in the next PowerPoint presentation, but yes, it's not going to be overnight. It does take a year at
And
least.
Jane, do you think the CIP is going to get that done well before we hit those dates?
Yeah, I mean, if it's included in the realignment plan, right, it's kind of like a work plan over the next 2 years, you know? So, I mean, I think the intent is to move forward on those things, you know, but can we make a promise as to when those would come online to when, you know, these no right on reds? I can say that it's a priority if it's named in there, you know, that the investments, you know, will be made to implement those as quickly as feasible, given the broad work plan.
Okay, I'll come back to it in discussion then, because I think it's something I want council to look at. Okay, so let's talk about renter protections. So has there been any, since, I mean, I did my meetings on Friday and we talked on Thursday, so I'm curious whether there's been any any discussion of how best to protect existing renters who may, for health reasons or other reasons, have a problem being nearby a sign, and how we can keep the city out of this, but we can protect the renters maximally.
Tenants of existing
Exactly,
residential
existing
buildings.
tenants. And I want to be clear, because I think this goes with Commissioner Wasserman's question earlier. It strikes me that someone who has those kinds of health concerns would not choose to move into an apartment that is nearby a sign that could be problematic. But it also strikes me that there could be tenants who are there now who didn't anticipate there being signs, and we're going to want to make sure that in no case does a sign force that person, God forbid they get a medical reaction, but in no case should it force them out. So
your question is about how does the city protect its rights so that we don't get sued by a tenant?
and how does it, yes, and how does it protect the tenants?
Well, frankly, it doesn't address that. It is, again, the way it is addressed is through the technical limits on the luminescence and the foot candles. And that is the way it is addressing the proximity to residential uses. There would be no way for us to actually figure that out, you know.
Well, we know, for example, that when you go to the movies and there are flashing lights in the movies, there's always a warning that says, there might be flashing lights in this movie, and if you have a medical condition that is triggered by flashing lights, maybe you don't want to see this movie. So to the extent that we have no flashing lights and we have light limits, and maybe our expert can speak to that, do we have evidence that the light limits that we have established are at a level of safety for people with medical conditions related to light?
I cannot assure you that someone who lives adjacent to the signs, who can see the signs, would not object to the signs.
Of course, for many reasons.
Right.
But
Right.
I'm concerned about health
There is
and
no
safety.
evidence that I know of that would indicate, because the sign ordinance prohibits strobing lights,
Okay,
prohibits flashing lights. It requires the lights to fade at a slow rate. So to your point about those issues, the ordinance controls them.
okay.
The intensity of the light is limited as well, but it's not like it's zero. If there is an intensity permitted, and so that's my point, is that if that intensity is greater than zero, it will be noticed, and that recognition of it may be cause for people to be uncomfortable, you know, where they reside. It's not, there's no guarantee that the threshold does not prohibit awareness, right? It limits the intensity, but that doesn't mean you won't be able to see it. And if you can see it, there may be some medical condition that I don't speak to, right?
Okay.
So,
Thank you very much. I imagine the operators may have some things to say about this. but
Right, 'cause I know in
just want to know what the city's
Yeah, and-
perspective is.
I mean, that would be an issue between the operators of the display as well as the tenant. We, as the city, we should not be involved in trying to mediate legal disputes with regards to, as long as they're complying with the standards, I don't think, that the city has a standing with trying to mediate between the two parties. And so, but I do know in the city of West Hollywood, some of the operators have, tried to adopt a good neighbor policy where they may, provide the residents or the tenants of the residential building with blackout shades and so forth. So, I mean, that is a question that you can ask these applicants.
Okay, thank you. I'll keep going. All right, so next on my list is, all right, West Hollywood requires an 8-year technology improvement, has an 8-year technology improvement, and I believe some abandonment protections. What are you thinking here? I don't believe I see any mandatory updates in the ordinance.
Yeah, we actually did discuss this internally. The 8 years, we understandably, the digital display operators don't have it's very much in their benefit to try to upgrade and ensure that these digital signage are up to date in terms of technology. We thought about including a requirement similar, but we just don't know how that looks like because technology changes so much. We don't know how fast or how slow. I think we could write into the development agreement a clause, something to the extent that the city reserves to right to analyze the digital display eligibility for technical upgrades. But however, we also don't want to overstep and require these upgrades such that they become economically unfeasible. They can't afford it. So we didn't want to write it into the ordinance itself because we just don't really know what it looks like, and it doesn't really seem like West Hollywood really knows what that looks like either. So.
And what about abandonment? I mean, I can see, let me spec out a not impossible scenario. There's an operator, there's an owner, there's a technical problem, the sign goes dark, the operator runs into financial problems, and the owner goes into receivership. And so despite the best of intentions, right, the best thing is to turn the thing back on so it can make money, but nobody's really in a position to do that. What are the city's rights to, let's say, remove the sign and put a lien on the property for the cost of that removal or some other remedy?
So I think we can look into the cessation of use, but there's sort of a natural inhibitor, which is we would still be paid the MAG. So they really have a disincentive not to do that. It would not make business sense, and to a certain extent, we are relying on sort of common business sense, but I think we can look at a cessation provision because presumably we're both on the same page about wanting to keep operating.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
especially if they have to pay us.
That's right.
So, yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. Let us now go to something more fun, and then I'll come back to something else, and that I think is my list. I had so the way you described it, Rachel, with the 20% and the city art program, I believe, I was looking at the MIMA program, which is really cool on Sunset Boulevard, but I also am of the understanding, and I'm asking this question now because I think it applies to everybody, that there are operators who have independent relationships with established institutions. We have some extraordinary art museums all over the county, galleries, right, all kinds of, digital media artists.
History nonprofits.
History nonprofits, exactly, photography archives, right? To the extent that an operator has that kind of cultural access, how much flexibility would that operator have to bring that into the mix as part of the 20%? Or are they going to end up going to the city and the city will be like, no, we want you to show our stuff. You know, you can show that on your 80%, but not on our 20%. I'd like to
Right.
have some flexibility there.
Because this is all brand new.
Yeah.
You know, this program hasn't been written yet, and so what we envision is that this city and art content program would be administered internally so that we become the centralized kind of point where, you know, if an operator, like you said, has special relations, of course, we could work with them, and so we could write that into the guidelines,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, this, for now, I think, we don't want, you know, Joe Smith over there providing their own art and displaying it on their own, you know, things. We want to make sure that it is all being done through the city.
Yeah.
So that it is all centralized and you don't have a mix of, you know, different artists, I mean, not different artists, but a mix of different implementation of this program.
Okay. I'm just asking in terms of trying to keep it as flexible
We can
as possible.
consider that as we write the guidelines for this program.
And then, okay, so my last question has to do with design review. And I'm going to come back to a discussion, but I just want to preface this by saying that, like, I had this moment walking the promenade of realizing how much of my own life, you know, I think about signs. I think about the signs that we have in Los Angeles and Santa Monica that are nominally advertisements, but they really are art in many ways. They are art. And sometimes when the signs actually complement buildings and are not sort of designed to fade into buildings, they're more fun, they're more whimsical. West Hollywood has what to me seems like a really cool design statement of principles. Our ordinance only says design review by the city manager or designee. I think I see her sitting in the in the room. And I'm wondering if we can be, sort of what led you to not adopt a kind of a design principle document as West Hollywood has done, or alternatively, if there's a way to kind of say, if it's not explicitly forbidden, it's really allowed, and we want to see artistic evolution through signage on the promenade because that's really cool.
West Hollywood's, we actually were talking about this before, it's the West Hollywood's beauty contest. And so that actually became kind of problematic for them
Really?
because, you know, one digital operator would be like, well, why is mine not pretty enough? And so so it becomes a legal issue, you know, with denying one because it is, you know, it is very much subjective as to the design. And so the reason why we wrote the design review at the, you know, by city managers, because ultimately, you know, it does have to go through a public process, and so the design would be reviewed to the public by council and so forth, so.
I guess I'm asking because I saw one proposed design that had been through a set of reviews and resulted in another design. And candidly, I liked the first design better. I thought it was more whimsical and more fun. And so I'm wondering, what was like, people can disagree about what they think is good design, or, you know, it's like, how do we provide the freedom within the boundaries so that if somebody wants to be a little bit more out there, they can, and if their sign doesn't work, their advertisers are not gonna, you know.
Right, and I think, as you just said, you know, because one person likes one design versus another
Yeah.
person, we didn't want to have that beauty contest guidelines
Exactly.
because it is very much subjective thing, and so these DAs for these digital displays would be going through planning commission as well as.
Oh,
council. So,
really?
yeah.
Okay. And ARB too?
Well, not through ARB, but as development agreements, they are required by state law to go through planning commission.
Huh, okay. And what about on a landmark?
So as Susan had mentioned, right now, as the city staff is still writing the ordinance and making revisions, that is up to city council what they decide in terms of landmarks review.
I think just to put a finer point on that, you know, ultimately, the ordinance goes to the city council, these development agreements, along with the proposals, the visuals, you know, that have been attached here, you know, they're still evolving, right? And certainly, you know, city council might see a version of them. So it is going through a very public process, deliberately. I think bringing up West Hollywood, just keep in mind, West Hollywood is a very, very different program than what we are doing here. As Rachel mentioned, right, it went through kind of just a fundamentally different process, I think, than the approach that we're taking in terms of establishing this ordinance and a framework, and not having a huge set of principles. And I think the way that design review is approached here is probably not dissimilar to how it's practiced, in the city, where we don't, push a certain set of principles, if you will, right? We ask that people come with, sort of the best version, of what they're trying to create. I think context is important, compatibility with the architecture of the building. I think these are things that are sort of, baseline when we look at these things. So, could it evolve over time? Absolutely, but it's written in there deliberately, and the city manager, or the designee to allow that, to allow the input that we hear from the city council in that public review process, taking into account public comment, and I think ultimately implementing it. I think it's important to note that they will be, guaranteed kind of that like 1,000 square feet, and that can't be reduced, through
Right.
the design process.
But if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that the designs themselves are going to be part of the package. And so
Right.
we're not actually having a situation where there is administrative review of a design and then nobody ever gets to talk about it. There's opportunities as these designs come forward for them to be talked about at planning, at council, in the community. And so everything is fungible until council
That is
and the
correct.
parties, come to terms on a DA. Okay, that's super helpful to know. So I think those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Fresco, I see you have more questions. Do you mind if I go first, though?
I want you to go first.
All right, great, thank you. I have a few questions that are related to the extent to which the ordinance has an impact on the development agreements. There's one slide where you have the locations determined, and I was just curious, I'm not as familiar with all the locations, but it's noticeable that on the southwest corner of Santa Monica Place, there's no provision for one. I'm just curious about, in the event in the future there's a desire for more, does that mean the ordinance has to be updated, or is?
That is correct.
And currently, the locations have been picked, and the southwest corner was eliminated because of some known reason?
I mean, that is just what Santa Monica Place has decided to propose. These were their locations, and so,
I see. So there hasn't been any provision for
no, there is not.
evolution of that later on?
No, it would require an amendment of ordinance, and it would also require additional CEQA study, lighting
see.
study as well.
I see. Sort of on the same lines, but related to the community benefits, the staff report says that that the display must allocate at least 20% of screen time for city and art content, though I noticed that some of the agreements are proposing less. So could you explain a little bit more about the extent to which the ordinance actually controls
Right.
that issue and how they will relate to each other?
So each DA applicant provided their own initial terms sheets when they submitted. This was prior to the ordinance.
I see.
What we're trying to do with this ordinance is to standardize the requirement. And so this is where the 20% comes in. So it doesn't matter what they initially proposed, they all have to comply with this 20%.
So that is intended to be a firm standard for all the DAs?
All of these standards in the ordinance are meant to apply equally, and they are mandatory.
Right. I was curious whether there was any discussion about the placement of the sign, within that maximum size, with regard to how far above the height of the building it could go. Whether there's any discussion on that point.
Yes, there are in the standards, and I don't have it pulled up here on any of these signs, but there is projections and encroachment requirements where it has to be above a certain, I think it's 14 feet above a
Okay, so
roadway.
it is addressed.
So it is written in there as well, so.
Got it. I was also curious, among all the 16 locations, how many are actually involve landmark buildings? I know one of the development agreements does, but
6.
There are altogether 6, I see. 6 out of 16.
6 out of 16 are landmarks.
All right.
Is that all the landmarks on the promenade?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
I think those are all my first round. So Commissioner Fresco, you have.
Sorry, that was actually my remaining question was, every landmark on the promenade is subject to this ordinance. And I'm a little apoplectic about the lack of landmarks commission review. I feel like it's really.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your last question. Are all the landmarks on the promenade subject
Yeah,
to
I
this?
couldn't find a current list to confirm it, but I don't think there are any landmarks on the promenade that are not on corners.
I did not check for that, I'll be honest. I only checked.
I
for
tried and I couldn't find anything up to date enough to make me feel sure. I see wheels turning in heads.
Commissioner, would you repeat that? I'm not sure I heard it right.
Basically, the promenade is a place that, in 1984, had an enormous amount of historic character, which we have been systematically eroding, and it now no longer qualifies as a historic district. There's a very limited number of landmarks, buildings that qualify for landmark designation. I believe in the early 2000s, we made an effort to try to systematically designate them, and I'm pretty sure that all of the designated qualifying buildings that could be landmarks on the promenade are on corners and could have 1,000 square
I'm
foot.
actually looking at a map. There are some mid-block.
There are a
landmarks.
few?
Yeah, there are.
Okay,
Sorry.
just saying. But 6 of them are on corners, and that's a lot of historic fabric to cover in digital signage without Landmarks Commission review.
Understood. Are there any more questions? I believe we do have 2 speakers who've signed up for public comment. I'll take them in order. The first is Ruth Ann Lehrer. And a quick note, you'll see a little gizmo on the podium there that tells you the amount of time. I believe it's 3 minutes. And
Oh, there's only 2.
yeah. Before you start, the second speaker is, and I hope I don't butcher the name, Gabrielle Ipale. You can get ready to speak as well.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ruth Ann Lehrer. I'm here on behalf of the Santa Monica Conservancy. And picking up on the Commissioner Fresco's last remarks, here to make an argument for a more robust engagement of the Landmarks Commission in this process. 6 landmarks affected by a single project is a lot, really unprecedented. And the role of the Landmarks Commission as stewards of historic properties is a very refined and important role to play. So the current proposal suggests that this review would be done solely by staff. But the Landmarks Commission is charged with the protection of landmarks according to specific guidelines known as the Secretary of Interior's standards, and they lay out the template for how you assess alterations to historic buildings. And the Landmarks Commission has the expertise and the experience to look at this interface. These are really very major facade alterations. Each landmark building has its own character, materials, design, size, many elements of its architectural character, which convey its significance. And these need to be visible at the same time you have an interplay with new signage, which is going to be beautiful and artistic and we're going to love it, but we still need to respect the character of the landmark. The Landmarks Commission is really the proper venue for having this review, and it also provides an opportunity for public engagement and public participation in this process. And so we would strongly encourage you to include the Landmarks Commission in their traditional and ordinance-driven role of granting a certificate of appropriateness through a public hearing process that they conduct as part of their normal review of alterations to historic buildings. So, thank you.
The next speaker is Gabrielle Epale.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. I'm here representing 1460 4th Street at the corner of 4th and Broadway. I'd like to request that our property be considered for inclusion in the city's proposed digital sign ordinance so that our property can also have a digital sign as a mitigating factor and because of our property's unique location. First, as a mitigating measure, with a digital billboard now proposed directly across from our building at the mall, which is across the street on 4th and Broadway, which was not, our building wasn't even looked at all when that study was done. There will likely be measurable impacts on our leasing conditions. Office tenants with windows facing a large illuminated sign may find those spaces less desirable, resulting in longer lease-up times or the need to offer discounted rents to retain or attract tenants. Allowing a digital sign opportunity on our property would help offset those economic impacts by providing an alternative source of revenue. Secondly, our site is uniquely well-suited for this type of signage. We're located on a prominent corner at 4th and Broadway, directly facing incoming traffic coming off the 10 freeway and visitors arriving in downtown Santa Monica from the Metro terminal. This orientation minimizes community impacts while still allowing the city to benefit from a well-placed, well-regulated digital display. For these reasons, we respectfully ask that our building, 1460 4th Street, be included in the digital sign ordinance as a fair and logical addition that both mitigates impacts from neighboring properties and supports the city's broader economic and visual goals. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question of staff about that?
Yes, please go ahead, Commissioner Landris.
This is an excellent example of, I think, what we're sort of learning about as we go in terms of people popping up and saying, hey, what about us? You know, some of those folks will be people who see that property owners who imagine that they will be affected by the sign implementation as it is currently, and others who may be far from the promenade would say, well, we've got a great corner. And so without sort of prejudicing one way or another, what are the implications of a request that comes in? What would have to be done? What would be the timeline? What are the considerations? Assuming that, let's say this goes through as it's written, what's the pathway for somebody else to get in on this?
Yeah, again, this ordinance was written with city council direction in mind. They were very specific about limiting this to the promenade as well as the shopping center, given our recent history of how we treat the promenade and the shopping center as two very unique economic centers. If there is desire by council to broaden that, we would have to amend the ordinance as well as do additional CEQA analysis.
So there's a CEQA implication. Is there coastal for stuff west of 4th? Yes,
Yes,
sort of.
I mean, all of these would have to.
And then is there are additional sign studies needed? I think I'm asking this because this is a helpful example of what is the potential Pandora's box that we're opening, and I think would be very good to really communicate to the public.
Right, and then there's also the economic considerations. You know, our market study looked at the corners as well as shopping center, because we want to make sure that there isn't a scenario where this area becomes very oversaturated with the digital displays. So we would have to revisit our market study as well.
Commissioners, do you have discussion on this item?
Of course we do.
Commissioner Fresco, go ahead.
So we're just going over the ordinance first, and I will reserve my specific comments on specific places for the other part of our discussions. So specifically in the ordinance, I just want to point out that the loose says, where appropriate, downtown signage, events, art installations, and other activities should include interesting and engaging information that educates the public about Santa Monica's history. So I was just really struck by the omission of that whole aspect of our ordinances and general plan, and I thought the ethos of our city. So, you know, it talks about the character of the promenade, and not to get into the other part of the discussion, but there are signs that express the character of Santa Monica by referencing bathrooms and bus stops, so, but we'll get to that later. So on page 7, where you talk about content in the ordinance, it would be great to at least reference the possibility of telling the public about our unique and very interesting history. I know, I appreciate, there was also a thing about allowing for an exception about roof signs for landmarks, and I can certainly see certain of those very important corner designated landmark buildings where there would literally be no place to put a sign that wouldn't cover someone's important window, for example, and that a roof sign would be the only option, and that would be great. But it might also allow for creative and interesting solutions for the non-landmark buildings. So I would consider that. I know that there's, you know, at least allowing people to extend above a roof line just to create more dynamics that respond more to the design of buildings and still get to that 1,000 square feet of signage we promised. As you may have gathered, I'm somewhat beside myself about the lack of Landmarks Commission review, and I also think ARB review would help. I did, in 2024, I attended a meeting with one of these, I guess it was XYZ, it was in Ken Kutcher's office, and we just looked at the impacts of a design on the JCPenney building, and we had a lot of discussion, and then I know staff looked at it, staff had a consultant, the applicant had a consultant. A lot of people looked at that, and I think it made a big difference, and I think the way that sign is incorporated is the most Santa Monica approach to the signage. It really feels like it blends in and it reflects what I think Santa Monica should reflect, which is good taste and not a beauty contest. So, you know, I think that layered review is really important. I quoted a lot of things in my notes from various planning documents about historic preservation. For example, in the HPE, encourage public comment and participation in preservation decision-making. That's in our historic preservation element. So then when I look at the other signs on the other buildings that are much more modern buildings, some of them propose removing certain elements of the buildings in order to accommodate the sign design elements. And I was really concerned about that. First of all, this is, while we hope these contracts will last for 30 years and we'll have a long and beautiful relationship, we don't really know, and this is really new. And if we do have to remove the sign, and we've already removed architectural elements from buildings, then we have boxes and we're minus. So that concerned me. So I think that incorporating features of buildings and accommodating them. I mean, one sign covered 2.5 windows of a building, for example. Things like that were very troubling to me. And so I did have, there are a couple of general standards that I would suggest adding to the ordinance, which is not to remove architectural features, keep the frames for signs more minimal to avoid fighting with the architecture of the underlying buildings. These are corner buildings. Most of them have design interests, not all of them, but most of them at least try, and we shouldn't fight them. They do, I understand that these signs need to be able to screen mechanical aspects, and those screening elements can respond to the building they're on, and we would have tasteful digital signage as much as possible. I know it's all subjective. And then the other thing I wanted to add as a standard was to pay attention to the undersides of signs that are projecting. I don't want pedestrians walking up and seeing spiders and thinking they're going to fall on their head. We need to make sure there's a panel or something there so it looks finished from below. So that was something I was concerned about. What was this? There was also, I noted on the JCPenney building that they wanted to reutilize their built-in sign. What's the word that I can't think of right now? Blade sign, thank you very much. And when we were doing Promenade 3.0 a few years ago, the abandoned 3.0, we talked a lot about bringing back the idea of blade signs and more other kinds of creative signs that are reminiscent of how the promenade used to feel, just as an opportunity for creativity and liveliness. So I just wanted to give a big thumbs up to that. I noticed in the ordinance that it said there was no bunting allowed, but maybe for the 4th of July, we should make an exception, just saying. And then my last, more substantive note is, why are we turning them off at 1 a.m. exactly? I feel like if we create this lively atmosphere and then we turn the lights off at 1 p.m., that gives all the unhoused people in the area the cue that it's time to roll out their sleeping bags. I mean, we want to keep it lively and invigorated. I mean, I am a native New Yorker, and so I don't think about cities going to sleep. And in terms of the foot candles and all of that aspect, I have one personal experience. I stayed in a hotel in Boston across the street from Fenway Park, and I didn't know that when I rented the room. I was in the back of the hotel. Everything was fine in the room, and it was only when I looked out the window, to my great surprise, the place is covered with these billboards, and I was high up, so I could also see all of the scored panels. I mean, it was a very bright situation, and that light did not come into my hotel room. So it is possible. Magic can occur, so there's that. So those are basically my notes for the ordinance, not for the DA. Should I give comments on the standard DA now, or save that for the other? Save it, okay. So basically that's design review, a few general standards for design, keeping the lights on because we want the promenade to stay alive, roof projections, and I guess that was, and history.
Wait, clarification? Sorry, the DA template is part of this ordinance though, right?
No.
The template itself?
No, those were included in all the 4 DAs, separate DAs. That's where the templates are.
Yes.
Yeah, but if Commissioner Fresco wanted to make a comment about something that is going to be asked of anybody applying.
Well, the
through a
DAs,
DA.
the standard DA will end up being changed according to the thing. So I had a few suggestions for those, but
Yeah, because I have a
just
couple of
go ahead.
comments too. I think it's
Commissioner Fresco, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Oh, there was an issue about, I noticed there was a topic in there about, or an item, impairment of use. And I just wanted to know how that related to street trees, and because our tree canopy is also important to us, and our trees in downtown, are they tall enough to matter? You know, who wins when it's between a tree and a digital sign? We need to clarify that. These were actually, I was a little bit concerned about operational costs, just because there was an incident in the 1930s where the city had an arrangement like that at the airport for an operator, and he just hired a bunch of extra people and paid them, and the city didn't make any money on the airport in the 1930s. So, you know, we maybe want to define what operational costs are. I'm sure you know how to do that. But, you know, we just want to be able to make sure not too much is deducted so we get our fair share. Impairment of use, and I think that's it. That's all I have for that anyway.
Commissioner Andrews, you want to go next?
Yes, sure. Okay, so these are just my thoughts, and some of these do include things that I'd like to see in the DAs in general. I'm not going to make, you know, we'll deal with the specifics when we get to specifics. I'm going to come back on the renter protections. I think as part of any negotiation with any sign proposal, the city should satisfy itself that the operator has a plan in place. The reason, or that the contract parties have a plan in place. I'm looking to keep the city out of this, which is part of why I would like the city to have assurances that there is a plan in place that does not involve the city. But I also think we ought to be, you know, encouraging rapid resolution. And individual sign operators may have different ways of resolving it, but as Kissinger said, you know, I don't know who I call when I call Europe. There are so many parties here that my big concern is that if there is a tenant who has an issue, that it is very easy for them to communicate and document their issue to somebody with some assurances, because then we're going to get into fights between landlords, landowners. I don't want to see that happen, and I want to see the tenants protected and the city. I would like to see council give direction. I think that's probably the best approach, that the no right turn on red priorities be implemented prior to turning on the lights. I do not want anybody to get hurt. I don't want anybody to be overly fascinated by what's happening while they are operating a motorized vehicle or any vehicle. And so I think we need to just make sure, I'd love to have mobility in general take a look at these. I think that actually might be a good forward-looking, just to have mobility put eyes on these signs and communicate internally if there are any concerns. The situation on Broadway and 4th is very different from the situation on, say, Wilshire and 3rd, just because of the number of streets and turns possible. And I think folks at Mobility who are concerned about multimodal safety will have, you know, the expertise we need. I'd love to see clearer messaging in general around the design input. I think there are people who don't quite know what's happening, and so I agree in principle with having landmarks and possibly ARB at the table. However, if I remember correctly, we did a whole study session around objective design review and objective design processes because we were worried about SB 35. And, you know, I think there's no reason not to be creative here. What if we had the Planning Commission, the Landmarks Commission, and the ARB appoint, you know, 2 representatives, have those 6 people get together and give feedback, and then report that back out to the Planning Commission, and move forward. Like, let's not have 3 public meetings around this, but let's make sure that the experts that the city has entrusted through the commission's process, have a voice, and that this can happen. I mean, I could just see on a landmarks or a ARB agenda, appointment of ad hoc committee members for proposed sign at such and such an address. You get them together, have the meeting, issue the report, bring it back to the planning commission, we move the DA. I think that could be, if you can resolve the Brown Act issue there. No, I'm saying, I'm not even sure I'm not even sure that Brown Act, that would be a Brown Act meeting for those folks. Like, have the hearing at PC, but get the input from our landmarks and ARB commissioners. It's just a thought. Let's brainstorm around that in the spirit of both speed and, appropriate input. Cessation provisions, thank you, Susan, for thinking about adding those. I think we need to look at both the cessation provisions and the procedure for how we deal with long-term non-use, particularly given the incentive structure, just also for public input. This is sort of a question and a statement. To the extent that anybody, I know we're, drawing power from the Clean Power Alliance, but to the extent that anybody does have solar on their roof, I would like it to be clear that they can use those solar panels to power their buildings and their signs. It will likely be grossly insufficient for what's needed, but I just want to make sure that we do allow that. If there is self-generated solar. Again, I want to encourage council to discuss enforceability. I think it's not something we can go into great detail about here or potentially in public, given all the issues. But I think it would be helpful if on the road to approving this, council takes a beat and says, what's the reality? And I would encourage staff to sort of ask, I mean, I understand there's like a big pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, but we all want to get to, we got to get there, and we've got to get there in a way that everybody feels good about. So, and is viable. So I want to encourage that. This is a general comment. I think I understand that there are continuing conversations about the occupancy requirements and how occupancy is calculated. I think as we are looking at this ordinance, we have to acknowledge that occupancy means different things to different types of buildings. I don't want to go into great detail here because I think some of this gets worked out in the individual DAs, but I do think we need some equity across the ordinance around how we're treating occupancy, and so I want to name that. I hope that there can be sort of a general principle that then gets implemented in appropriate site-specific ways. Ground floor occupancy, obviously ground floor is particularly important. Other things that are important to me are where you have a sign that suggests that an area underneath or nearby is accessible or is a waypoint to somewhere else, is that all of that pathway needs to be sufficiently occupied for pedestrian safety. And it even raises a question of like if a sign is inadvertently providing light to an area, let's make sure that area stays lit, even if the sign is off. I'm concerned about safety and sort of visibility. I do want to float, I'll just report back from my conversations with the folks I met with, if reaching 50% occupancy above the ground floor, or including the 100% ground floor, but above the ground floor is a challenge for an operator, I think we should consider granting bonus credits for discounted rentals to community-serving nonprofits. Maybe like a 50% bonus or 100% bonus, like if they are, they're having trouble, getting to that 50%, well, let's find a Santa Monica serving nonprofit that needs some office space, and if you'll give them 1,000 square feet of office space, we'll credit you as if you rented 1,500 square feet relative to the ordinance or whatever that number needs to be. Also for city needs. It is, if the city comes along and says, we need some office space for whatever reason, maybe give them a little bit of bonus for that as a percentage. And then lastly, I think that I do want to see, two lastlies. Commissioner Fresco spoke to this question of the sign. I think the signs are art themselves and have the potential to be, and so I do want to see, I would love to see creativity. I'd love to see a little bit of competition between the buildings. I'd love to have people come down and say, what's on this, like, what's this sign happening today? Because I think that'll draw people in, and so I do think that, as I've learned from Nina over the years, when you do the landmarks, when you do the additions to the landmark buildings, you're marking that they're different from each other, not that they're the same, and I think that's a good principle here. But I also think a sign could bring a building to life.
Differentiated but compatible.
That's what we like. I like, differentiated but compatible. And on the newer buildings, particularly the sort of wedding cakey buildings, I mean, I don't mind going a little bit, out of the box. And then lastly, I do want to encourage council to give direction on expansion, to be clear with the public, with property owners about what the steps are needed for expansion, to what extent council would consider it down the road, what the constraints are, what the possibilities are. Again, we're opening a door here. I fully expect that other people will want to walk through it, and I think we need to set expectations realistically, responsibly, and fairly. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Landris. Commissioner Wasserman.
Thanks. I think that it's important to consider with this the use of the revenue from this. And I mean, that's not a reason in itself to approve something. I'm not going to approve toxic waste dumps because they're going to give the city revenue. But the proposed Santa Monica realignment plan, Renaissance agenda, whatever it's being called, has a lot of great things. I mean, I think that this billboard could pay for streets improvements that will save people's lives. And so that is the primary reason I'm supportive of it. I mean, I'll say that it was listed last night at City Council as, I think, the third biggest source of revenue. I mean, the city is already kind of counting on it, so I think it's going to be enacted. But I do think that's important to consider. That said, though, I'm also excited about the prospect of these billboards. I do think they have the potential to be art. They have the potential to be fun. I'm not totally convinced that they're going to attract new people, but I do think they will make it lighter when it's dark, and I think that's a good thing, at least as a pedestrian and someone on the promenade late at night. I do want to go a few things for the in the ordinance and then in the DA template. First, you brought this up, Commissioner Fresco. The landmarks get an exception for putting stuff on the roof. I'd actually want to remove that exception. Maybe it's a distinction without a difference, but I don't want signs that are above buildings. I feel like that gets into freeway billboard territory. We're creating a place. We're not advertising to the 10.
Did you look at which buildings are landmarks? Or not the tall build? Anyway.
Yeah, I know, but maybe it's a distinction without a difference. I mean, if that ends up being no sign, then that ends up being no sign on those particular buildings. But it's a little point, but I think that, at Times Square, they have those news tickers at the bottom, and that is like iconic. You read news at the bottom of those billboards. I mean, again, I work in transportation research. I do not want them to distract people, but if this could be amended to have some standard that says, only this percentage of the screen can be taken up by horizontal scrolling text that moves at this speed. You could put it in meters per second. But I do think those little chyrons that show news are kind of an iconic part of places like Times Square and Shibuya in Japan. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. So I would like that to be an option. As for, yeah, right. I think that's it in the ordinance. As for the DA template, I would like to see a shorter time period, and I don't want to put words in Councilmember Teros's mouth, but I rewatched in preparation for this, the city council hearing, and she moved down from 55 to 30, I don't think because 30 was a magic number, just because she wanted something shorter. So I would propose something even shorter, with the idea that my understanding, I don't have an MBA, talking to people with MBAs, is that given the high interest rates right now, the time horizon that developments like billboards or housing need to plan out for is shorter. And this was pitched as a pilot. 30 years is a very long pilot. So I would like to see something closer to 10 to 15-year agreements with options to renew. On the flip side of that, there's a $250,000 early termination fee. I'd actually like to see that removed. I don't want billboards to disincentivize redevelopment where it makes sense. I don't want, I mean, they're going to be making more money than that probably from the billboard anyway, but I don't want a place, even if it's occupied, that might consider selling to a different owner, redevelop it in a thoughtful way, to be disincentivized from doing that because of the early termination fee. On the occupancy standards, I agree with Commissioner Landris about the definitions of occupancy get a little squishy depending on the use. But I would say that the penalty, as I read it, is a higher minimum guarantee. I'd like to see a further level of penalty, and obviously not at the same occupancy threshold, but to order the billboard taken down. I mean, if the place is just being used for billboards, and it's continually unoccupied and the owner doesn't want to do anything about that, then I think we should have the right to say, nope, the billboard comes down in that case. I agree with the no right turn on red. I would like to see that anyway. I want to see that before the signs go in. Let's see. I think that's about, oh, yes. I will offer some dissent on the review thresholds. I think that we are trying to promote, as you quoted, public participation, and I don't think that the hearings, at whatever time they are, promote public participation of the Landmarks Commission, of the Architectural Review Board. I think they can draw on expertise, which is, I don't know about the details. I like your suggestion, Sean, of bringing together people outside of the Brown Act to get that. I don't know if adding extra hearings will get us any closer to more public participation and better design. So
Expertise is pretty important, though.
yeah, I'll leave it there.
Expertise means a lot.
I guess the advantage of going last is I don't have to speak for as long. I believe a lot of what I had to say was already covered, but I would like to maybe touch on a couple of things. I actually appreciate the strategic nature of the proposal and its attempt to balance multiple goals while trying to raise revenue. I want to second, I think, most of what I heard from my colleagues here. With regard to the landmark buildings issue, I do believe that, for an agreement that lasts for about 30 years, where there's the potential to significantly obscure a landmark, that's something that I feel that as a commissioner, I would really value some expert input. I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner Wasserman that having more hearings isn't necessarily the answer, but some other way in which we, as the commission that makes a recommendation to council, can actually get the benefit of some substantial input from experts would be very helpful. And I think I will leave it at that.
Just clarify one thing. On the question of the ad hoc committee, and I want I think it's coming to planning one way or another, so there's a hearing. but from other contexts, I have been given to understand that on an unpredictable, time-bound, specific project that is unique, direction to appoint an ad hoc does not create a Brown Act requirement. Because it is not a standing committee, it is not it's not the same, it's not cookie cutter, because it's for a specific site on a specific date with unique participants. So I think that will have to be reviewed and studied, but I do want to say that based on experience in other contexts, this actually could be legal, and it could be legal to appoint this very constrained ad hoc of commission representatives and then have that reported in the public forum when it comes to the Planning Commission on its way to council.
So basically what you're suggesting is that the Landmarks Commission meet in a smoke-filled back room and have this discussion.
No, I'm suggesting that
Okay.
the Planning Commission, the Landmarks Commission, and ARB each be required to appoint a representative to become a committee of 3 or a committee of 6 to study the project, and that their report come to the Planning Commission jointly, and that the Planning Commission act on it.
That's, to me, that's not landmarks, that's not expert landmarks review. That's some people who, one person, I mean, that's like what we're doing now. I happen to know a lot about landmarks and how to review them. But I'm only one voice, and I have a particular point of view of what I think is compatible. But when you have 7 people weighing all of their points of view on what they think is compatible, and they're all experts, you get a much better result than if it's just me by myself.
150%. And if we had the time, like, you know, with all the time in the world and all the scheduling in the world, we'd go to Landmarks, we'd go to ARB, we'd bring those reports to planning, and we'd go to council. But
I mean, these guys are doing all kinds of annual lighting studies and all kinds of, they're doing so much stuff. They should do this too. These are all the landmarks on the promenade. It's every one of them. It's not just like, you know, I'm sorry, I just really can't, all right. Just can't go there.
it's a study session. We're trying to
Yeah.
think of creative ways to
I
get
know.
these voices to the table and
Right.
also move these projects
Yeah.
along.
But some things, you know, we can move, and that, I don't think, anyway. I did have one other thing an idea that I had along the way about best efforts at leasing. You know, we talked at this commission when we were doing the housing element, this is a thing, sorry, Jing, I bring it up all the time, and you have to listen to it again today. But, you know, I really believe that a lot of these larger vacant retail spaces that we have in the city are just too expensive for local small businesses to rent and are too expensive for them to subdivide and build out either. And that maybe, and, you know, it was my hope when we do mixed-use buildings that we have ground floor retail spaces that were smaller, that were built out that way, so they would be more rentable to smaller businesses, which, anyway. So as a, you know, I don't know if it's possible if we could include, you know, once we're getting close to that 5-year threshold where we're going to turn their sign off, that maybe we ask these building owners to make their spaces smaller and build them out, add that extra restroom in that wall so that a small business might be able to do it, that would be one of those efforts that we would ask at that, but right before we turn the sign off. So that was one of my ideas.
Great. So if there's no more discussion, I think we can close the study session. Staff, I presume, has what they need. Yeah.
Chair, could we take a 10-minute break before we get into or 5-minute break before we get into the We've been at it for 2
I'm
hours.
willing to support a 5-minute.
Okay, I'll take a I want to take a 5-minute break, and I want to give a plea to the applicants. If you've heard us raise issues here, please incorporate your thoughts into your presentation so we don't have to ask you about them and we can move quickly.
Are we ready? Great.
Can we have a moment of silence for the Dodgers, please?
We should have built that into the 5 minutes. Yeah. All right. So we'll start the public hearing. The first item on the public hearing agenda is item 11A, 24 ENT 0024 Development Agreement for 395 Santa Monica Place. Before we get started, I know it's not required, but just as good practice, I wanted to ask if there were any ex parte communications.
I met on Monday with the applicant team. I actually had 2 meetings, so I met on all the projects that day.
Great.
Yeah, I know a whole lot of people in this room and a whole lot of contexts. So I will say I did walk the promenade last week, and I met with multiple applicant teams, and many of the questions that I raised earlier and will raise now are based on questions that I had as a result of those meetings.
And I met virtually with the applicants of all 4 of these Monday and the previous Monday or something like that.
Thank you. And both applicants, I believe it was last Thursday. All right. So with that, we are ready to start the item. We have a staff presentation.
Great. So transitioning on to the actual development agreements relative to the district ordinance. So 24 ENT 0024 is development agreement at 395 Santa Monica Place, which is the Santa Monica Place Shopping Center. And this development agreement is for 4 digital signs. I think you saw those earlier in terms of where their location at. So as I mentioned before, the district ordinance is basically the regulatory vehicle that allows these digital displays to be processed with off-premise content. However, they are subject to a development agreement. And so this development agreement process ensures that all digital display operators and the building owners are treated fairly and equally. So staff has drafted a development agreement template intended to apply universally to all DA applicants. And so some of these, just for full disclosure, some of these points are still being negotiated. However, for the purposes of Planning Commission discussion, we wanted to highlight some of these terms and these community benefits to see where they are still being negotiated, but we thought it would be informative for you. So as I mentioned, all of these DA templates ensures that all applicants and building owners are treated equally and fairly. It also allows us to provide a full analysis of environmental impacts in accordance with CEQA. Each DA will be modified with minor deviations to account for unique circumstances of the specific site. And all the digital displays must comply with the ordinance as the base, including all the standards, lighting standards, and so forth. And they will become effective if council does approve them with your recommendation. They will become effective with the effective date of the ordinance. So just to guide Planning Commission's discussion tonight, you should consider in the following, these following items in your recommendations to council, including how well the project and its negotiated community benefits advances the city's vision of the downtown, consistent with the LUCE and the DCP, the degree to which the project and its community benefits drives economic recovery of the promenade and the downtown district as a whole, whether or not the project design is appropriate to the existing shopping center for these 4 digital displays and the surrounding context, and whether the proposed displays provide innovation with civic responsibilities, and whether or not the community benefits and the project supports the city's public objectives for economic investment, revenue generation, cultural enrichment opportunities, and activation of public spaces to support community services and needs. So the 4 digital displays for item 1A, this development agreement for Santa Monica Place Shopping Center, is indicated here. As I mentioned, there's one at 4th and Colorado, one at 4th and Broadway, one at 3rd and Broadway, and then the other at 2nd and Broadway. And so these 4 are the 4 permitted locations for digital displays in the draft ordinance. The first display is display A. It is at the northwest corner of 4th and Colorado. And this is the existing site photo. And you'll see here, it's basically this corner that is right diagonally across the street from the Metro TODs or Metro Station. So in response to city staff comments, this display has been revised in terms of the design. This is the preliminary concept, design concept for this display. It's about 1,000 square feet. It wraps the corner and it is building mounted with full motion. The size is approximately 50 feet in width and 20 feet in height. And you'll see this, because of its placement, it does require relocation of an existing art piece that's behind that glass curtain wall. The applicant has indicated that they would relocate this existing art piece somewhere on site. Display B is at the southwest corner of 4th and Broadway. It would require the removal of this rusty architectural projection that's at the corner here, and it would be actually installed on the parking structure 7 facade. So this is what that looks like in terms of the concept design. It also is 1,000 square feet, full motion, same dimensions, 50 feet in width and 20 feet in height. This excludes the architectural wrap that's around that. And then it does project into the right-of-way, 42 inches into the 4th Street right-of-way. And as I remember, as I mentioned, it is on parking structure number 7 and would require removal of that architectural projection. The third display is at the corner of 2nd Street and Broadway. This used to be the existing Nordstrom's, which is now vacant. And so this is the rendering of the display here, 1,000 square feet as well with the architectural wrap. It does project 24 inches into the Broadway right-of-way and 42 into the 2nd Street right-of-way. Lastly is display D. This one was the most difficult to work with in terms of design. And because of that, the applicant is still undergoing redesign of this display. What you see before you is what they had originally submitted. In response to city comments, they're revising this design to see how it could better integrate into the building. Just for your consideration, it's a few things to note with regards to this development agreement is that Digital Display D, which is the one that's above the Tesla building, it does face onto upper-level residential uses to the north. These are the residential uses that set back a bit above the Lululemon building. Francis earlier had talked about the lighting standards that these digital displays would be required to comply with. And so we analyzed this display, and with the standards, it would minimize light impacts such that it would not exceed the 3.0-foot candles. In terms of what's in development agreement template, which is still in the works, what's currently being proposed is a 30-year term with option for 2-year extensions. There's also terms written in the template about major modifications to the displays. If there is a major modification, meaning if the sign gets bigger, or if it's moved location, or anything that's not consistent with the ordinance, then it is subject to a D8 amendment. Also, the development agreement has an outside permit issuance date, meaning like it has to be constructed within 2 years after the effective date of the DA, or the digital display has to be constructed within 2 years. Also, this outside permit issuance date could be extended for 12 months if the director approves. And these are all terms that's written in the development agreement template. One thing that is still being worked on, of course, is I mentioned the financial community benefits. What the ordinance does contemplate is a revenue sharing structure of the gross annual revenues and a minimum annual guarantee, whichever is greater, as well as a one-time contribution to be paid upon the display completion. As I mentioned, a market study is currently underway to determine what we should be asking for all these signs. And so that takes into account all 16 signs and what the financial community benefits should be. This study will be completed prior to council hearing on the 18th. We talked a little bit about the 20% total allocation time for city and art content. That equates to about 12 minutes per hour. Content would be created through a city-administered program that I mentioned. These digital displays, again, could display art, local history, civic news, as well as kind of emergency notifications as well. Another thing that is in the DA template, development agreement template, that will be negotiated, and Santa Monica Place, we anticipate these will probably change, recognizing Planning Commission's comments earlier. Right now, what's written in the DA template is the 50% of the rentable floor area of the existing building, recognizing that the shopping center, could be multiple buildings. So, but there's also in the DA template, ground floor occupancy threshold of 100%. And if the standards are not met, then for more than 12 months, then the MAG increases by 25% on a non-compounded pro rata daily basis. The city has the right to shut off the display if those occupancy thresholds are not met within 3 years. And the city can also terminate the DA if they are not met within 5 years. There are built-in exceptions if the building is undergoing major repair or remodeling. So with that, we would like Planning Commission to make the following findings that is necessary for approval of the development agreement by council. And also these findings are provided in the staff report. So staff recommends that Planning Commission recommend to City Council approval of development agreement with the findings set forth in the staff report, as well as direct staff to forward the written recommendation as provided in the staff report. Questions?
Yes, should we start with Commissioner Landris this time?
Thank you for making this clear and straightforward. Was there any, I'm just wondering, and thinking back to my earlier comments about the renters, have renters who live nearby this set of signs or any other set of signs been given any notice about these hearings?
Yes, we did mail out notices to anyone within 750 feet of the signs. So they were given notices, as well as a community meeting was held by the applicant when this application was first submitted.
Okay, great. And will they receive notices of the council hearing?
Yes, they should have been sent out already, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. And do we know how many people showed up for anything?
For this one, I am not sure. You'll have to ask the applicant.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Yeah, just on the occupancy standards, to my earlier point, does terminating the DA include removal of the billboard at the owner's cost?
I think you've highlighted a good point, and we are going to add that to the DA. At least we will negotiate that as part of the DA.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fresco?
I wanted to know why that one sign sticks out 42 inches. I thought that was a typo when I read it. That's really far. That's like almost 4 feet.
Yeah, I think it has to do with how it's required to be mounted to the building. But you could ask the applicant that.
Okay.
Yeah. I think there is some equipment behind the display that they need to accommodate.
Okay.
Yeah, power lines and so forth.
Just to piggyback on that question, so did I hear you right that it projects into the right-of-way? And so there's an
From the
encroachment?
property line,
So there's an encroachment agreement of some kind as well?
Yes, what's written in the ordinance is that they would require an encroachment permit if it extends more than a certain amount out, so.
Just a quick clarification. I think it was the one at Second and Broadway where, because I think it's projecting out I couldn't tell whether it's actually extending above the building or not.
So it is per the ordinance does allow the display to go up, I believe 5 feet into, above the facade, the top of the facade or the roof, whichever is greater. Architectural projections are exempt from that standard.
Yeah, those.
Not question, sorry, I just forgot to turn off. But I have.
Good evening, Commissioners and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight on behalf of the Santa Monica Place Mall. I am with Tri-Guild IVL, who is the court-appointed receiver for the mall. And I wanted to clarify some of the questions that were asked earlier. A receiver is 100% responsible for the property. They do not need consent from ownership or lenders or anything else to make decisions on behalf of the property. They are completely independent. And so I believe the question was on responsibility, and the receiver would be responsible for the appropriate implementation of all of these issues. I have with me tonight Ben Anderson as a project architect to speak with you. I also have several representatives from outdoor folks, because technically speaking, I'm not your gal. But I did want to say that we are here and understand the importance of the Santa Monica Place Mall. We understand its importance to the community and how it integrates with the threads of Santa Monica as a whole. And we are committed to revitalization efforts to attract new tenants. And in fact, you would have some of their speakers here tonight, but they are meeting with major tenants in New York to try and attract them to the mall. So this signage display is definitely part of that program. I see it as a ladder approach. I'm sorry to say that the 1980s mall concept is not really successful anymore. It was my day, but we have to look at new and innovative ways to revitalize the center. And with that, if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them, or I will bring Ben Anderson up. Ben?
Good evening, Ben Anderson, co-founder and principal at Office Untitled, the design lead on the project. This always happens with my height and low mics. Just see if we can get this. In addition to me, Bill Tagliaferri, the president of Big Outdoor, is here with some of his associates if we have any technical questions. Staff did a very good job, and in the interest of time, I'll try to be brief on some of the fundamentals, but yeah, we're presenting a total of four locations. One thing to point out is display D, for various reasons, has been reduced in its proposed size from 1,000 square feet to 650. And we've used these as sort of a collection or a collection of signs, not just individual ones. So to kind of start here, we were involved with the Santa Monica digital displays on the design, and we started that conversation about what they could and should be by looking at some recent publicly serving design projects within Santa Monica, and I think they're still relevant today. So whether it's the rebranding of the city's website, which you see on the upper left, kind of highlighting some of the iconic elements of Santa Monica, down below in Tongva Park, whether it's referencing very organic forms, the beach, the ocean, the mountains, or the architectural murals at the Santa Monica Beach restroom pavilions that are able to kind of tell stories and provide a little bit of a snapshot of history for each individual location and kind of referencing neighborhoods within Santa Monica, or the way that the Big Blue bus stops were designed and implemented as a design competition, I think is very relevant in that Santa Monica is a very creative city. So to distill that, I think where our inspirations came from was not restrooms and bus stops, but the example of Santa Monica finding a creative way to beautify the urban environment. Some of those things can be seen as urban infrastructure and a bit of a blight on a city. And the example of Santa Monica leading with design and bringing thoughtful gestures through design to publicly serving parts of the urban environment, I think is worth pointing out and also worth referencing. So for us, to start off, we were really enamored with, the sort of famous beach culture of Santa Monica, wave forms of waves and the flow of sand on the beach, and combined that with the example of an architectural mural, which is achieved via perforating metal panels. So you're able to kind of capture a graphic, an image that can speak to the history or the kind of various iconic elements of Santa Monica. So to try and walk you through that, staff also did a wonderful job of just describing the basics. What we're doing here in wrapping the corner is creating a more dynamic screen. This allows various three-dimensional advertising content to be displayed on it rather than just a flat panel. And we are framing all the LEDs boards with this perforated graphic wave form frame that helps us kind of augment the design and also adjust to some idiosyncrasies of each individual location in the attempt of integrating a little bit better. To one of the questions the commissioners asked about projection into the right-of-way, the signs themselves are angled. They're not kind of necessarily always parallel to the street. So it's sort of a maximum condition of 42 inches that falls within the threshold of the draft ordinance. And as mentioned previously, the kind of double height or almost triple height lobby of the former Bloomingdale's, which is now going to be the gym, these don't block any existing windows or views. There's no views out of that third story of the lobby. For display B, it's a little bit more pedestrian oriented in that this is a scramble crosswalk, so it's a little bit lower. The draft ordinance does provide the ability to go higher, but at the moment it sits kind of right at that threshold of the parking garage screen. And as mentioned, it does replace an aging and somewhat disrepaired architectural feature at the corner. The site of the former Nordstrom's, again, we're kind of placing it over an already blank, fairly overly simplistic box. And then in places where we do need to provide access, the things behind the LEDs are obviously structure, but there's catwalks and various utilities. And so the goal here is that these are not accessed via the front, meaning you'd have to close the sidewalk, close down the street. These are all intended to be accessed from either within the building or from the roof down. So in some cases, we're just really kind of out of space. The buildings were built quite close to the property line. And then the last one, this is an update. This is kind of done in concert and close collaboration with staff of trying to find a way to do a vertical board kind of at the terminus of the 3rd Street Promenade, which is pretty extraordinary. The sight lines will be great, but also integrate with the architectural screen of the now Tesla building. And then as an example, this is the proposed 650 feet rather than the 1,000, in part because of the proximity and concern for the residential uses above the Lululemon building. And that's it. If there's any questions, we're happy to answer them. We'll give you 7.5 minutes back.
Questions, commissioners? Go ahead, Commissioner.
I don't think this is a question for you, but it's about the financials. What would a 10 to 15 year length of the DA do to the financials for this proposal?
I'm going to let Bill answer that.
Don't go far. No. Good evening. I'm Bill Tagliaferri, president of Big Outdoor. For us, when we approach these projects, there's a lot of CapEx that goes into them initially and a lot that goes into building out these structures, bringing in the infrastructure of the electricity and everything else. So when you talk about financials, there is this kind of payoff period and a kind of amortization of those signs over time. So when we approach these projects, that's why we look for longevity in an agreement.
And how long would it take for you to, or how long do you plan to depreciate it?
It really depends on what we end up finalizing and the structure behind it. Does it have structural integrity behind there? How much we have to bring in and different items along that. But as well as the longevity of the screen. I know we kind of touched on that before. Is it 8 years? Is it 7? So we're trying to future-proof this for a long time. So we're kind of being mindful of that as we're approaching these projects. But it's anywhere from a 3 to 5 year period, but we always look for longevity as we're approaching these projects.
Thanks, that's it.
Okay.
Commissioner Fresco?
I had a question for you, please. I didn't mean to make fun of it because well, I did make fun of it with the bathrooms and the bus stops, but I didn't mean to insult you. I just wanted to apologize.
No insult taken.
But I also observed that 3 of these signs plus the one on, is the AMC yours also? They're the same. And is that a cost thing? Is there a reason for that? Or could you modify proportions to be more responsive to building forms and details? Or is that an option?
It certainly is. You know, there are, I wouldn't say they're all the same. There's very subtle differences in terms of, you know, how they're realigning to a building, how they're kind of meeting the plane of a certain portion of the building. But you're correct. They're all, with the exception of Display D, if we're talking about the AMC as well, they are corner kind of wrapped conditions, and that's partly a function of value. There's a lot of value right now in the ability to take the image from 2D, you know, and go into the third dimension, especially at pedestrian locations like this. And the other thing is, I think we kind of brought the sensibility of they're a kind of a collective. They have some shared similarities, but the opportunity to kind of bake in a graphic that I think the restroom pavilions or the murals at the restroom pavilions are a good example that, you know, the Ocean Park Boulevard, the story about its history that it's telling is different than the one at Arizona. So you could have some subtleties that make that kind of collective of elements a bit more of a kind of sibling relationship to each other. But we also see the value in 5 boards within this district that can kind of have their own brand, if you will. And having completed a number of projects in West Hollywood, we're actually seeing, you know, when the kind of 20% of public art comes in, a lot of value and artists sort of launching on a board that has some character. So we sort of feel like keeping the character within this sort of collective, there's a value there both for the, you know, future artists that are being featured, but also for the advertisers and content.
But the proportions of those boards, I mean, even though if they remain similarly branded, you could change the proportions, make, you know, like the one on the Tesla building is elongated, and you could still have it wrap but be tall, you know. I mean, my comments will be very much about responsiveness to the underlying architecture and compatibility, and that's kind of where I'm going with this, which is why I'm asking if the similarity in the proportions is an important part of the program, or if there's leeway to adjust proportionality to be responsive to the underlying architecture.
I would say the answer is yes, that there's some flexibility. At a certain point, you enter a zone of kind of the content that gets put on there has to be custom created, and there's a lack of efficiency or revenue
And making 5 different proportions,
yeah.
right?
So the fact that you have 4 roughly 50 by 20 signs makes it much more appealing and easier for advertisers.
Right.
But I hear you, and that I think there's an opportunity for within that zone of flexibility to be more responsive to the buildings, as well as maybe being more thoughtful about how the frames align with, or, you know, maybe tighten up or get a little bit wider in places where it makes sense.
Thank you.
I'm just going to pick up the design question. I mean, you anticipated and answered my question about why, you know, maybe they could be slightly different shapes. And I also think that there's sometimes, you know, a slightly non-rectangular shape can provide some directionality, right? Like coming off the metro at 4th and Colorado, you know, what does that wrap look like? And is it drawing people toward Santa Monica Place and up the promenade? And what design features could imply that kind of directionality rather than being, you know, sort of like a stop sign, right? And I hope that you would think about that in terms of, but I recognize, again, the 50 by 20. I do wonder on D, if we can bring it back, because you mentioned that they're not always parallel to the street. So the way this is lit, I mean, I'm trying to read 3D off of a 2D image. Is this angled away from the apartments?
So the portion,
Is that a curved screen?
to the right it is, but the left portion of it is essentially parallel to Broadway. So it curves open both to follow the geometry of the base building behind it,
Yeah.
but also to sort of just be a little bit more opening and welcome to the gateway of Santa Monica Place.
Could you bring what is to us on this image, the left side further forward so that it is not perfectly parallel with Broadway and therefore not perfectly opposite the apartments? And I'm not talking about a huge angle, but just enough that the sort of perpendicular force of the lights is actually just heading slightly off the apartments.
It's technically achievable. This is not maxed out at the 42 inches, which is the current threshold provided for public realm, public right-of-way encroachment. So yeah, you could angle it a little bit, kind of hit that max out point, and then let it continue to curve.
Would you consider doing that?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think just collective efforts to avoid directly hitting those apartments. I also think I had this, I'll just sort of share, I had, in walking up the promenade for my visits, I was looking back down, right, from a variety of positions, and I think having that, the trees actually are going to block a lot of what can be seen from further away. If it's the more it's angled, ultimately, the more it's going to be visible to more of the promenade as you're going further and further away from it. So I think it would create this kind of opening rather than being too far afield. Yeah, but thank you.
I have a brief question just about I guess what I'm going to call the missing corner at 2nd and Broadway. I was just curious about whether that was ever considered and what factors led to not including it.
It's a great question, and we were talking about it as you mentioned the comment as well. That is, we've looked at this property multiple times throughout the years and trying to figure out ways. I think it was mainly because of a vehicular traffic and the one way that's there, and that's why that corner wasn't perfectly for us. We've looked at other portions of it, but we thought that by asking for these 4 was the best way to approach it.
Thank you.
Sure.
One more.
Address?
Yeah, I think I see huge volumes of people at that intersection. I just want to say, I mean, more than cars, really, to be honest. So I would encourage you to count the people, not just the vehicles. So talk to us about your blackout shade budget. Tell more than that. Not in a less flip way.
Yep.
You do this in a lot of places. You've obviously encountered lots of different kinds of challenges. In your experience, what is, and particularly given my request to staff to have like a templated statement of let's work have a plan. What is your best practice for working with existing tenants who may have medical concerns about signs?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny because this is, I think we've been doing this. I've been doing this with Big Outdoor for 15 years. I've been in the business for 2 decades. This is the first time that question's actually come up, and we have no history of that happening. So kudos to you for bringing that up. But so we develop signs all over the country. We have digital signs. We work very closely, in some of the neighboring West Hollywood and everything else. Most of the time, a lot of that's flushed out through some of these community meetings, city council. So we see people that come up and do that. We work very closely with neighbors and want to make sure we're a good neighbor as well. We are the franchise partner in the kiosks, went through a lot of the community board meetings then, so we know the neighborhoods, we know them really well. We have staff members that live in Santa Monica that their job is working with the community. So for us, we kind of address them, we try to get as much upfront as we can. We try to make sure that everyone's involved in these. And, there's always going to be somebody that says they don't like a sign or there's too much light that comes in because there was never light there before. But we address them as they come up. We work closely with the property owner as well as the tenant to make sure that they're doing that. We haven't had to provide blackout shades and we don't have a budget for it, but we would always be happy to work for, with somebody with that, but we're very transparent, and, I think if you ask anyone in town, we want to make sure that everyone's comfortable with our approach.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I had one other question.
Yes, Commissioner Fresh.
I just wanted to ask you about the panels underneath. If it sticks out 42 inches and you're walking underneath, what are you going to see
Sure.
when you look up?
Yeah, so if you ask anyone on my project management team, I'm crazy about the details, even Ben, and we work very closely together. We're crazy about those details. I don't want to look up and see anything ugly. I don't want to see the catwalk or anything behind it. So we will work with staff as we're going through it and the design committee to make sure there's hidden perforated metal that's kind of cladded to block it or make sure of it. There's no bird entry or anything like that. So we are very crazy about the details of these signs to ensure that when you're walking under it, you're having just the experience as you have as when you're in front of it.
Right, so you won't have spiders falling on your head.
We do our best of keeping spiders out, yes.
Okay, cool, thank you.
No problem.
Any more questions for the applicant?
Those were my questions.
Great. We do have two folks who sign up for public comment. And if you would both come up, please. The first is Hunter Hall, and the second is Gabrielle Ipale.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hunter Hall, I'm the executive director of the Main Street Bid. Fun fact about me, I live in a historic house. My wife has 0 LEDs in this house. I also sleep outside 3 months of the year. And so you would not expect me to show up and advocate for digital signs, right? And yet here I am. We have several of these kiosks on Main Street. We think they're great, honestly. We wish there was more. We wish they were bigger. There was some apprehension at the beginning before they went in, fears about, oh, it's going to be Vegas, this and that. None of that came to be true, and to be honest, we've had a lovely experience with the applicant, Big Outdoor. They invited us to give feedback on the prototypes before they went in. They were super responsive. They've been great the entire way. Obviously, they put our event stuff on there. They help us out when we need to. We have a lovely relationship with them, which is rare for a tech company or any company for that matter, after they get what they ask for. So yeah, I mean, we all know that the realignment plan is the way that we're moving forward. We think that these signs are consistent with that. We think that it's where the city needs to go. Culturally, and obviously there's the revenue. I don't think that it's contradictory to anything Santa Monica stands for, and so we urge you to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabrielle Ipale.
Hi there, thank you again for having me. Just a reminder, I'm here representing 1460 4th Street, which is on the corner of 4th and Broadway, across from what is now, I guess, sign B, which directly faces our building and our office tenants. We've reviewed the lighting study prepared originally by Francis Cray. I haven't seen any further studies that have been done since that. While the study notes that these signs can be visible from 1,000 feet away, it doesn't address our building, which sits only 60 feet away. And just to make note, we have various tenants in our building, 2 being prominent Santa Monica nonprofits. The study defines sensitive use properties as residential only, but given our proximity and the potential for disruption to our tenants, we believe our office building and office in general should also be considered as a sensitive use because office tenants also work into the evenings, unless the goal is to drive out office tenants out of downtown, which I don't think that's the goal. In today's leasing environment, visibility, comfort, and tenant retention are critical. Excessive light exposure could negatively affect all 3. We respectfully request that specific parameters be included in any development agreement to mitigate these impacts to our building, an office building, and I'm assuming many office buildings in the area that probably don't even know that what is being proposed tonight. We have had our own consultant review and provide reasonable parameters that have been used in other cities to mitigate impacts, but still allow for digital signs to be effective. We have formally submitted our public comment via email earlier today with a list of those recommendations. We can get into it further later on. And lastly, We are surprised that we were not included in any conversations about the proposed digital signs. Since the proposed digital signs directly shine directly into our office building, we should have been approached and included in any and all community outreach process. Thank you for considering these reasonable measures. We ensure that to ensure that the project remains compatible with its surroundings and respects adjacent properties. Thank you.
Commissioner Landris, you have a
So,
question?
yeah, just a couple of questions. I understand your earlier public comment was, broadly about the ordinance, and this is specific. Now I want to sort of ask you specifically about this. So you were not noticed for the community meetings because we just heard from staff that
I was just,
everybody
I got the
was
notice a week ago when this was first being brought up.
for this hearing.
For this hearing,
But
that was
not,
it,
you
not
didn't
before.
get invited to the community meeting. Okay, and have you heard from anybody at Santa Monica Place
Not
as a neighbor? Okay, so but would you be open to conversations
Yeah,
with
I
them
mean, like I
between
said,
now
we're
and?
not looking to try to prevent this. We understand the goals. We're supportive of that. We just want to make sure that us as an office building is also considered, because that hasn't even been brought up at all. It's all been about just residential. Office tenants also matter in downtown. We have other office buildings. I don't even know if they even know what's going on. So I
Okay,
just want to make sure that's
I-
being factored
I
in.
appreciate that. I mean, I think we're trying to avoid getting into, relationships between landowners, but I do think, your concerns have been noted, and if I may, I would like to ask staff briefly related to this, if we've heard from any other property owners facing any of the signs, really anywhere, but this is the Santa Monica Place hearing, so have we heard from any other property owners facing Santa Monica Place? Thank you very much.
Facing this particular sign?
Or any sign operated by the Santa Monica Place, so
Right.
Second and
There have been
Broadway
a
or,
couple comment letters submitted by tenants. I believe there's like one or two that were
Right.
submitted by tenants that are across the way, yes.
but not property owners or business owners, not property owners of whole structures. I think she's representing the whole building,
Yeah, no.
right? So, okay, thank you.
The applicant has an opportunity for any rebuttal or any additional comments if you'd like to.
A couple of quick comments. We have been discussing, and I can commit to you here today, that prior to turning on the signs, we will leave notices on all of the doors facing any of the signs, so that if they have an issue with it, and to Commissioner Landers' question, they know exactly who to call and how to get a hold of someone that can discuss the signs in depth and consider any adjustments to be made and those types of items. As far as the office building across the street, I understand their concern. We do value office. I have several office buildings in downtown LA in my portfolio. We understand that those are people that deserve to be heard as well. And if you leave your contact information with me, we'll get together with you. I know you sent in some data and things, and we'll take a look at that. Make sure the Big Outdoor takes a look at it as well and see what we can do.
Could I just encourage you to try to have those conversations before this hits council? Because I think it would be to everybody's advantage.
Yes.
If you reach some understanding, fantastic. And if you don't, it's equally important that, for the record, everybody knows where everybody stands.
Do we have some commission discussion on this before we move to a vote?
I always have things. I can always say something. So I don't think they should all look alike. I mean, I understand what the applicant explained and, about the branding of the signs, but I think that the buildings are important. And when I look at these buildings, the Building A, the former Bloomingdale's building, for example, I mean, that's kind of the most designed building of the four that they're working with. And it has several pieces of public art incorporated into the building, and it's kind of stylish. It was Bloomingdale's, and it gets the same sign as everybody else. And to me, it looks kind of stuck on and not harmonious with the building. And to me, that's not Santa Monica. I think it would be better if it was designed for that building in some way. And I'm not going to design it for them, but I don't think that that same design that looks a lot like the beach bathrooms belongs on every building. It just, to me, is not harmonious. And so that one in particular has that, falls in. And then the next one, which, by the way, the parking structure, that's where the original Rand building was after they left Douglas Aircraft and before they moved where they are. Little history for y'all, just for fun. But that building, I know that design element is rusty and old, but if, God forbid, this whole thing, this 30-year pilot program doesn't pan out and they remove that sign, then our parking structure is just, it looks like an old picket fence instead of something with a thing on it. I mean, I just really want to make sure that, do we ask them to store that thing somewhere on the roof and put it back if they take down the sign? I don't know. But I'm just really uncomfortable with removing building features for a sign. In preservation, we call that incremental degradation. When you have a building that was designed a certain way and you start chipping away at its features until it turns into a box and then it gets demolished because nobody cares about it. And, there's times to tear things down, but not because we chip away at them. So then when we get to the north, and of course it has that same thing, which this one has a very rustic, it looks like a fence, basically, and yet it has the same design, which is not okay. Then we get to Nordstrom's, which is a really plain building, which is, I don't know, I feel like it's a huge opportunity to just, I don't know. It's an opportunity, and by putting, again, pretty much the same sign there, and it's a brick building, and it's just looks like it was put there. It's not part of the building, it's just a sign. And, we want these signs to be part of the promenade. They're invigorating and revitalizing the promenade, and I feel like the incorporation is going to be part of what makes them feel good to us when we see them, and we focus on the content and we don't think, oh, there's a thing, oh, it has content. It's about what's on the sign and not about the sign itself. And then the Tesla building, I actually liked that one the best. That's where I thought the application worked really well. I liked the verticality was refreshing, especially after all the sameness of the other ones. And I liked the subtle curve was just, I just liked that one the best. So I would really encourage more creativity and more compatibility. I know I have a very strong historic preservation background, but those ideas of differentiation and compatibility really apply here too, even though we're not talking about historic buildings. And I think that's how we'll get the harmony with the city that is a great platform for the content that these signs are going to be delivered. That's my spiel.
I'd like to just pick up on some of the things, Commissioner Fresco, that you said. I think I appreciate all the points you made. But some of the other thoughts that I have, one of my impressions from seeing the images is that the framing is important in a subtle way, but I also feel like what's going to be displayed on that 1,000 square feet is going to be the primary focus. And a lot can be done with what's displayed and the art that is displayed to have a huge visual impact on the building, as well as to relate to the surroundings in some way. But I also feel that when it comes to buildings, while buildings do, particularly large buildings like Santa Monica Place, when they have some variation on them to respond to the different corners and surfaces, but there is some element that usually ties everything together in the architectural scheme. And so I can see also an argument for having something to the extent that that frame is seen and appreciated, that it be a unifying element of some kind as well. So those are my thoughts on that. But I do think the way you articulated your points make a lot of sense. I also think that the verticality of the one on the Tesla building was in some ways the most appealing. So. Commissioner Andrews?
I wonder, I'm in an ideal world, we'd have screens that were different shapes, somewhat different shapes. And I totally get it. And I also am thinking about, because of the size limit, you know, if we want to keep the 5x2, if you want to be able to deliver a 5x2 landscape orientation image, right, for consistency, then if you want to create a screen that's sort of bigger on one side and smaller on the other, you're ultimately reducing the size of that image, because it's got to come from somewhere to keep your 1,000 square feet. However, I'm not sure that the same is true for the articulated backing that the screen is sitting on. And so one recommendation that I might make is to make sure that those backings, the way that on the sides or above and below, maybe have some variation, even if the material is the same, maybe have some different shapes of the backing. It's not perfect, but potentially if they're not, everything's not a box, right? Everything's not a rectangle. Maybe it's maybe there's just some energy there, some directionality to it, something else. I do want to ask for the further angling of the Tesla sign, or the Tesla building sign, as we discussed, and I appreciate the applicant being open to that in terms on the left side, so it's just that much less directly to the tenants across, and more articulated toward the promenade, up the promenade, I mean, I made my comments earlier about the question of like renter protections and stuff. I think this is one of the two projects where there's existing tenancies across the way, and so I do want to make sure that the DA provides a good pathway for people who have concerns. But I'm broadly supportive of this, and I do want to add one other thing, which is that I hope that the occupancy requirement can be worked out in a way. People use Santa Monica Place for parking, and they walk through Santa Monica Place to get to the promenade. This is something I discussed with the applicant when we met. However occupancy is defined, I want to make sure there's 100% occupancy for anybody walking through Santa Monica Place to the parking lots. I want to make sure that there's life. If they have vacancies along this, I understand the leasing and occupancy nuances here, but just from this perspective, you know, if there's empty space on the second or third floors down the walkways, I am less concerned about that than I am about somebody having the experience of safely and in a well-lit way walking past the sign, through the walkway, to however they're going to get to their car, or where their bike is parked or whatever, because there's bike parking. There's a bike valet on the unsigned corner. I want to make sure that is welcoming and well lit and safe. Thank you.
I move that we recommend this first DA 11A with our comments to the city council for approval.
I'll second. Can I ask staff if the comments that we've made, since it seems like we're all agreeing with each other, if those can be incorporated into our recommendation? Are they pretty clear? Anything you want clarity from us?
I believe so.
Okay. Rachel,
I got it.
Recommendation, just to make sure that we have written recommendation to the council. They're all provided in the staff report, just so that we've dotted our
and
i's and crossed our t's.
the written recommendation incorporating our comments?
Correct.
Okay. That's
So moved.
so moved, seconded.
Great.
Great. Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Chaco.
Yes.
The item is approved.
Okay.
So we move on to item 11B on the public hearing agenda for the DA at 301 Arizona Avenue and 1253 3rd Street. I'll add that we are going to be
Sorry,
hearing-
Chair, just for
Yeah.
the record, we are taking the commitments that were made by the applicant in our Q&A as commitments from the applicant. I just want to note that on the record, because we didn't, there was some back and forth. They made some representations. I think our motion was predicated on those representations. If, City Attorney, if that's problematic, we can take another motion, but,
That should be fine.
okay, thank you.
And it'll be reflected in the report of what happened at the meeting, and the
Perfect.
recommendation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Landris. So moving on to the next public hearing agenda item, I understand that 11B and 11C will be covered together in the staff presentation, as well as the applicant's presentation,
Correct.
but the votes will be taken separately.
Yes.
Please proceed.
So as you mentioned, these are two separate development agreement applications, same applicant, United XYZ, also same operator, digital billboard operator, display operator, and so we thought it would be easiest just to take them together with two separate votes, recommendations. First one is at 301 Arizona Avenue / 1253 3rd Street Promenade. This is the Foot Locker building, and the proposal is for one full motion digital display. And then the second location for development agreement 25 ENT 0021 is for 1202 3rd Street Promenade, and this is the John Reed Fitness Center building. As a reminder, the district ordinance applies here, and so both of these digital displays would be required to comply with the standards that's in the ordinance, and they're also being processed through a development agreement consistent with the ordinance. And so this ensures that all the digital displays and the building operators and building owners are treated fairly and equally. Again, the attachment that is in the staff report is a development agreement template that's intended to apply universally to all of the DA applicants, ensures that there's fair treatment, and also provides full analysis of environmental impacts in accordance with CEQA, so that when we are doing these DAs, all of the impacts are fully analyzed. So each DA will be modified with minor deviations to account for unique circumstances of the site. And we talked about building occupancy thresholds, so we will be working on those separately for San Juan Place. And for this one, though, this building occupancy thresholds has been negotiated, and so what is being presented tonight in terms of the building occupancy thresholds has been agreed to by the applicant. Again, these are the following considerations in your recommendations to council: how well the project and the negotiated community benefits advances the city's vision of downtown, the degree to which the project features and the community benefit drives economic recovery, whether or not the project design is appropriate to the existing building and surrounding context, whether or not each of the proposed display provides innovation with civic responsibility, and whether the project and its community benefits support the city's public objectives. So the first this digital display, as I mentioned, is at 301 Arizona Avenue, which is above the Foot Locker storefront. This is approximately 3-level building, which has a lot of setbacks. It's currently has office uses at the top. This is one of the permitted corner locations in the draft district ordinance. What is being presented before you are two design options. The first one was what the applicant had submitted with their application. It's approximately 1,000 square feet, full motion. It varies in terms of its height because there is that curved linear edge to evoke kind of the coastal waves that's synonymous with the city of Santa Monica's coastal setting. It does jut out 6 feet in terms of projection into the 3rd Street Promenade for this design option and 6 feet into the Arizona right-of-way. With design option 2, it's more of a modern, contemporary design that integrates into the existing building's architecture style. And it's approximately 66 feet in width and approximately 19 feet in height. This one has a projection of 10 feet into the existing 3rd Street right-of-way and 8 feet into the Arizona Avenue right-of-way. The second digital display is at 1202 3rd Street Promenade. I mentioned this is the John Reed Fitness Center building. This is also a landmark building that is, that has a late streamlined modern style. And so one of its key features is its fluted tower. This location is one of the permitted corner locations in the ordinance. And here you see here a rendering of the digital display. It does wrap the corner, and it does cover up a portion of the fluted tower. It is 1,000 square feet, 49 feet approximately in width, and 19 feet in height. Has a 5-foot projection to the 3rd Street right-of-way. This is the night vantage. The proposal also includes the reactivation of the historic blade sign, and what you see is kind of the historic photo of what that building had previously looked like with that old blade sign that said JCPenney. So the applicant would reactivate that blade sign to reflect the existing tenant that is in place. What is in the development agreement template is a proposed 30-year term with an option for 2 10-year extensions. As I mentioned, there's also provisions that if major modifications are made to the digital display, it would be subject to a D8 amendment. Also has terms with regards to an outside permit issuance date, meaning that they have 2 years to construct this digital display after the effective date of the DA. This may be extended for 12 months with director approval. Right now, as I mentioned, community benefits are being negotiated contingent upon a market study that's currently underway that will analyze all the revenue from all 16 signs that could potentially be built under the ordinance. And so that market study will be used to inform our negotiations. However, we do anticipate a revenue share of gross annual revenues and a minimum annual guarantee, whichever is greater. And it would also include a one-time contribution to be paid upon display completion. We talked a lot about the 20% total allocation, 20% allocation time of the total annual operating time that would be devoted to city and art content. Also talked about how that program would be administered. Certainly we would be drafting guidelines for this program, and we could include guidelines that address working with, artists that the operators may have relations with, and drafting guidelines requiring showcasing of local history and things like that. These building occupancy thresholds have been agreed to by the applicant of both of these digital displays. They have agreed to a 50% occupancy threshold for the entire building and all of the entire ground floor of the existing building. This is consistent with City Council direction. And if the standards are not met for more than 12 months, the minimum annual guarantee is increased by 25% on a non-compounded daily basis. As mentioned before, we have a right to shut off the display if the occupancy thresholds are not met within 3 years, and then within 5 years, we can terminate the development agreement. And there are exceptions built in if the building has to undergo major repair or reconstruction or remodeling. Key consideration with respect to 301 Arizona is that a portion of the digital display does face onto upper-level residential uses to the south. These are the Criterion Promenade Apartments that's above Victoria's Secret. The display, the way it's been, if you see the wrapping of the corner, has been deliberately designed so that it is angled away from the promenade, away from the residential uses and towards the promenade. This is to minimize the lighting effects. However, this display may require features such as louvers and things like that to minimize the light trespass, consistent with the ordinance. They still have to meet all those standards. With respect to 1202 3rd Street Promenade, as I mentioned, the landmark building has a character-defining feature of the fluted tower. This display would wrap the bottom of the fluted tower. In a collaboration with the historic preservation consultant, the display has been carefully designed to ensure that the upper portion of that tower does remain visible. And so with that, I'll leave you with the findings that is provided in the staff report that we're required to make. And these are the, actually, you could delete number 2, I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm sorry, this is 2 separate recommendations. So yes, we would need 2 separate recommendations for the one at 301 Arizona, as well as 1202 3rd Street Promenade in order to move forward to City Council. Yep. Questions?
Yep.
Commissioner Landrith?
Thank you. Was there outreach to these residents? Did you hear from them?
There was a community meeting held online, Zoom. There was 12 attendees, I believe, and I was not in attendance, but the applicant was, and there were comments provided.
And the applicant was responsive, et cetera, et cetera?
I believe so, and you can ask him with the
Okay, great.
specifics, yeah.
I am curious, can you go back to the image that shows the fluted tower? I'm wondering if staff, like, if you or Stephanie have thoughts about, I mean, how to show that this exists behind the sign, right? Like, you know, one thing that comes to mind is I know that there are lights on the roof surrounding the tower, and so there's the technical capacity, for example, to light it potentially in a way that is compatible with whatever's happening on the sign. There are also what I understand to be, Nina's going to correct me, I'm going to get the wrong terminology, character-defining features. Did I get it right? Okay, good. They're these 2 sort of, they're not pillars, but below the sign, they run up the side of the building. There are these 2 character-defining features at the bottom, and they're kind of lost. So I'm just wondering if there'd been conversation about how to not completely so overshadow them, because I understand we're putting signs on buildings that are landmarks as well, but you know, I just wondered if there'd been thoughts about how to kind of make them pop a little bit, those features.
Difficult because it is a 1,000 square foot
I
sign.
know.
They have revised this design to remove a lot of the features that would have kind of detracted away from that fluted tower, so it has been designed to be as minimal as possible. And so that is this is kind of the outcome of our comments, is that to minimize the architectural elements around it and to allow like at least the portion of the tower to be visible. In addition, the way that it's curved around the tower kind of helps to define its that tower a bit. But yes, it's difficult because it is a sign on top of a fluted tower.
Could we include a picture of the building as it used to look as part of their particular 20% arts
what I was
program?
gonna say.
Oh, sorry.
30 seconds every hour, you just show a picture of what's behind the sign.
Yeah, there you go. That's really good. Okay, and then that's really good. I was thinking of like a picture on the walkway too, just an old picture of the thing. Is there, sorry, when we go up 2nd Street, those apartments are way far away, right?
Correct.
Okay, so We haven't heard from anybody there.
No.
Okay. Past, what is that?
Wilshire, you mean?
Past, yeah, what is that? Is it Demitas or that's still
Right,
there,
right,
right?
yeah.
Just past those are office buildings, and then just past Demitas, there's residential and,
We did analyze that as part of the lighting study, and those weren't significant in terms of light trespass.
okay.
But I did not hear from any residents in that area.
And you didn't hear from any, since we came up last hearing, you didn't hear from any office, property owners or office tenants across the street?
Not, me personally, no. I think you would have to ask the applicant if they have heard through their community meeting. I don't know who exactly attended their community meeting, but they may have an idea.
Okay, and then just because this came up in my meetings with them, this particular operator, it's a different operator than, it's not big, it's OBM. They are the ones who talked about having independent arts relationships. And so, again, I think that's what prompted my question for everybody, but, you know, how can we leverage those relationships for the best, for the city's benefit?
Right, and we can certainly, as we're developing this program, we could keep that in mind. We didn't want a program where it would be kind of unmanaged and uncoordinated
Right.
with so many digital operators. So we knew that with this city and art content program, it would have to be managed and administered by the city. But certainly we can work with the operator of this digital display to see what their thoughts are on this, and then and draft a program in a way that accommodates that.
Okay, and my last question, I'm going to bring up Promenade 3.0. Thank you for the trip down memory lane earlier. We did such good work, and then it all went away. Obviously, the applicant referred to this in his letter, this block is the block that needs the most help, right? We've got some great uses that have come in and out over the years, but drawing people north to the 1200 block has always been a challenge for the promenade. Just help us, do you have observations about these two bookends of that block? You know, how they relate to each other, how the programming is gonna help kind of bring life to that block from a design standpoint.
What's written in the ordinance is, as I mentioned, the city's right to create blocks of time so that we can decide, let's say, if there was a special event going on like Halloween, we can essentially take over the entire Third Street Promenade anchored by the Santa Monica Place and have a coordinated display of, you know, festivals and anything to promote whatever event that there is. So that is why there is an advantage to having the anchor of Santa Monica Place as well as this northern end of Third Street Promenade, which, as you said, does need to be activated. And so I think this creates the opportunity to have that, as well as, like, you know, as I mentioned, an outdoor evolving public art museum where people could walk from one block to the other and continue on. So I think this gives us a lot of opportunities.
Would we have the right within the context of these two DAs because that's one, it's a different operator, right? So there's the big has got AMC and Santa Monica Place, but this block, it's OBM. Would we have any kind of an opportunity from our understanding of how these DAs are structured to think about programming for the block, even if it's not for the whole promenade?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think that could be really cool if we've got the same operator programming on two properties with the same property owner
Even if
to
it's,
do something there with that.
yeah, I mean, even if it's not the same operator, we would have the right to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's, I think, a key component of this art content program. You know, really the draft DAs include sort of like the bones or a framework of that, and really it's work with our colleagues in Recreation and Arts Department, you know, who do have actually extensive experience, you know, in terms of digital media and organizing a program that would be administered in partnership, you know, with operators and kind of coming up with, you know, cohesive displays and things like that. So absolutely, the DA does anticipate that. I think just to speak to your question about the activation of the promenade generally, although 1200 block has been the focus of a lot of discussion, just as part of the realignment plan, I think it's important to highlight that, there is an event strategy, right, both within the city, with a focus around the downtown, certainly the beach promenade, and thinking of it more cohesively. And the city recently entered into a contract, with a sort of promotions, events, production, the Dodgers rally and, the watch parties on the promenade are sort of a beginning of that piece. And I think, more partnerships and bringing more activations, more regular and routine things, to build on the entertainment zone. And, really the digital displays are a component, of this bringing livelihood, bringing, sort of community and, events and things like that back to the promenade, and beginning to sort of radiate from there. So it is part of sort of a more cohesive strategy and not just, wholly relying on signage.
Okay. And I mean, the opportunity to sit at one of those cafes on the corner of Arizona and Third, or the farmer's market, like to have farmer's market programming, have somebody preparing a meal on a digital sign while you're at the farmer's market. I mean, so while the street is closed, so it's safe, right? That's really cool. And I like the idea of having that activation. Cool, thank you.
Commissioner Fresco?
I just have one question, which is, you showed us pictures of the Coastal Wave version for the Foot Locker building, and you also showed us the modern version. Are we supposed to opine on those
Yeah,
two?
certainly you could, yeah.
Okay, that's all. I will when it's time.
I had a very quick question about the slides that you just brought up. So the two options that are shown here, these are both options that are still under consideration by the applicant, or?
Right, what has been shown the council is design option 1. And so design option 2 is as another option. If you would like, if you want to opine on any of these, again, we would, ultimately it's council's decision as to which one, but I think, if you want to provide a recommendation, you could certainly.
So the second option was?
The second option was done in design, it was done in response to city staff comments.
City staff comments, got it, thank you.
I don't do anything, do I? Okay, good, great. Right. Good evening, commissioners, city staff. Thank you all for this time tonight to come together to talk about signs for a few hours. We're really eager to see these signs progress, yeah, and not at home watching the Dodgers. So we really appreciate the time and everyone's patience. We are doing both of ours together to hopefully reclaim a little bit of that time. So my name is Clay Collette, Senior Development Director with Orange Barrel Media. We are building the sign and working with the property owner, Daniel Nagari. So we'll be building the sign, operating the sign, and we design the sign in-house. So we have an in-house architecture studio. So all of the designs you see before you tonight, we created in-house. A note about Daniel, he is the founder and owner of XYZ Inc. He owns both of these properties, 1202 3rd and 301 Arizona. His company is headquartered here. He is from here. I think we're really excited to be working with him because he's been in Santa Monica for quite a while. He's seen the promenade evolve. He's seen multiple iterations of it. And I think he's really proud to have become such a significant stakeholder in the promenade and in its future. And he's always thinking about ways to revitalize his properties and I think contribute back to the public realm. And we're happy to play one small role in, I think, his vision and the city's vision for what really could be a more activated 1200 block. Rounding out our project team here, also, I wanted to call out, we've engaged Robert Chattel, historic preservation architect. We know there are sensitivities around the landmark building at 1202 3rd, and so we've worked, I think, really carefully with him, with the city, and engaging with other stakeholders as well to come to a design that I think, doesn't impact the character-defining features and reaches the level of compatibility that we're going for, and we'll talk through that a little more when we get to that rendering. A quick note about us, we're also a 20-year-old media company. and headquartered in Columbus, Ohio. I lead our LA office here, so we're local here too. We have about 170 employees across the country. We operate in the top 30 cities all across the country. What we focus on is non-traditional urban media. So the best way to explain that is probably by explaining what it's not. It's not sign on a stick that says 1-800-LAWYER. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just not really what we focus on. What we tend to do are signs that are more creatively shaped, in their formal architecture. They tend to be a little unique, and I hope you'll find match the context and match the building. We also offer unique programming, and so as the commission has referenced and staff have referenced, all of our signs across the country, whether it's a requirement or not, display public art, and that's something that we work with artists and collectives to procure ourselves, and we can also work with city-provided or preferred artists too. We also show nonprofit content, historical content, and so try to really show a digital program that's a little bit more than just advertising. The history, I think, is well covered on how we got here. In June 10th, there was a float-up item, and council unanimously voted to work with us on our DAs and direct staff to work with us and also develop the ordinance in parallel. The only thing I'll add to give context to that timeline, we submitted these DAs, I think, at the end of 2024 for both properties, and have had a lot of engagement since then. I think a lot of good public feedback, a lot of good private expertise as well. So we did hold a community meeting. I think it was maybe 12 or 15 people came, which doesn't sound like a lot, but for signs, it's pretty good. We have talked to the Conservancy for 1202 3rd. We've met with a handful of landmarks commissioners. And we have, our mailing radius for the community meeting was 750 feet. We did have a couple residents contact us, including the property manager at the residence across from 301 Arizona. So we are engaged with them directly and going to continue to do that. So these are the two properties. The top image you see here, 1202 3rd Street. The tenant is John Reed Fitness. The building was built, I think, in 1948-49, just after World War II. As Rachel mentioned, it's a great example of streamlined, modern architecture. Used to be one of the first J.C. Penney's. I remember shopping at Penney's when I was a kid. And so it's a really cool building and something that we wanted to try to celebrate its historical significance with our design. And when I get to that in a moment, I hope you'll agree with me. The bottom sign is 301 Arizona. So the main tenant on the ground floor is Foot Locker. To use Commissioner Landris' note, it's sort of like our layer cakey building. And so there are actually a lot of tenants here. There are about 10 tenants here. And so it's office on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. And they do have access to those patios as well. And so we took all of that into account when coming up with our designs. So I think the challenge with this building right away from a design perspective, to just give you a little bit of our intent, there's a lot going on. It's a very busy building, a lot of articulation, windows, storefronts, layer cake elements, and we have tenant operations. So we do have office tenants using these patios. And so we couldn't build something that was going to, and I don't think it's a good policy objective to build something that harms the tenant goals either. And so we also have residential right across the street. And so a lot of that went in, and I'm showing you design option 2. Which we're more than happy, OBM and Daniel, to build either of the two options in front of you. We've publicly shown both, so we thought it was fair to bring both. But the way that we responded to this design challenge, these are 3 squares, different planes that operate in plan and sort of different orientation and also different heights. And so we think that kind of playfully brings some of this articulation in the building out onto the sign element as well. And the framing element that you see at the bottom is sort of like a nickel finish. It would be steel that we paint with like a nickel finish. And we like that because it'll be able to pick up ambient light. Really subtle way, no glare created by that sort of element, but I think adds a little bit of visual interest to the sign. And so 3 sign faces, so to speak, it'll all operate as one continuous image like you're seeing here. And I think it's really important to call out, we have sort of clipped the right side of the sign. You see we don't have any sort of return going down Arizona. That's to try to avoid any impact to the residents above the Victoria's Secret building. We can also install custom louvers. We will operate within the code, and I think the ordinance that staff and Francis have put together is really a best-in-class version of how these things are done, and will remain consistent with those standards. We will absolutely set up a system with the city where they can call us directly. We already know them, but for any others that might have an issue, they should be talking to us directly, and we will be addressing their problems. The original design that Rachel summarized as well really was just pulling from, there's so much playful signage in Santa Monica if you drive around, most of it tenant signage, but it's so creative, it's so playful. I think it's really fun for a beach town to have that kind of symbology up in the sky. And so we wanted something that spoke directly to the ocean. That being said, we like both designs, so we would love to hear your feedback on that, but we're happy with both. 1202 Third, so this one, we had a really interesting time, and I think it's really cool when you look at a project like this to go look at the old photos. And it's really cool to see the promenade evolve from a driving street to a pedestrian street, and to see this building evolve. One photo that we flagged here that we just found really interesting was a historic J.C. Penney photo, and they actually used the most prominent element of the building being this fluted sign tower as a sign tower, and you can see the JCP logo and you can see the sale signs there as well. So the design that we're proposing to you now, we tried to keep very simple, very subtle, and what you see is 1,000 square feet of LED. Both signs are 1,000 square feet, as staff mentioned, and we are horizontally oriented, wrapping around the corner. We have metal paneling that is, we're calling it ribbed because we don't want to call it fluted. We're not trying to mimic the building. We're trying to sort of be in conversation with it. And so we have this metal ribbing on the side, which adds a little bit of design intent. But the thing I'll note is that it's also necessary to hide our structural elements. So because this is a historic building, we worked with our structural engineer and took a lot of great care to make sure that everything that we're doing and proposing is reversible. And so structurally, we'll actually be mounting to the roof of the building and hanging steel beams over that we can attach a subframe to. We'll have to have connection points to the facade due to wind loads, but all of those are gonna go in non-original stucco. And so if the DA terms, if it expires early, whatever reason, and our obligation to Daniel and the city would be that we have to remove the sign at the end of these agreements and restore the property back to the way it was before. Commissioner Landris, you had a great question, I think, about lighting and sort of bringing prominence back to the fluted element. That's part of our proposal. So there are existing lights there. I think they're out of date. We're going to refresh those as part of our build out. And so we are doing our best to maintain, I think, the bottom part of the fluted element as well as the top, and we'll light up all of that so that it looks really cool at night. We've also talked to the Conservancy and the History Museum, and they're already ready to dump a bunch of content on us. And so our goal, whether it fits in city 20% or not, our commitment would be, and anytime we don't sell just space available, we would have some images to upload and make that a really cool event for the community. We are revitalizing the blade sign that Penny's used to have. The structure is actually there as part of the building wall. When you get on the roof and look at it, it's kind of interesting. And so we'll be rebuilding that for the benefit of John Reed or whatever other tenant might follow. The other thing that we're proposing here that I don't have a rendering of because we haven't quite figured out what it is, and we want feedback on this, is we always think it's cool when you do one of these projects on a historic property to do some sort of pedestrian activation element. You know, you see that a lot in like sidewalk castings or plaques that attach to the building or to columns. That's something that we are committed to doing as part of this project. And I think we want, expert advice on what really is going to be cool here, but that's something that would be included. Our original design is shown on the left. I think the staff nailed kind of the evolution of where we started and where we are. We've taken a lot out of the design. We've taken a lot of the enhancement and embellishment out of the design, and that really is just to reveal more of this historic facade, make it more compatible with its context. I mentioned some of the, doing a pedestrian activation at 1202, uplighting for the drum. I do think these signs will add vibrancy. We've been a part of sign districts all across the country. I think Commissioner Wasserman, you had a question of like, do you have data showing that people come to see the sign? I don't know that that exists, but I think that our view of this is that it operates similar to a storefront sign bringing in a customer. If we're promoting the farmer's market, if we're promoting activated events, if we're promoting even the entertainment district and things like that, then that, and especially at 1202 Third, which is the gateway to the promenade, we're going to be inviting folks, hey, cross the street on Wilshire and come and see what the promenade has going on tonight. 20% of the time, as staff has mentioned, is dedicated to city content, public art, and we're more than happy to work with them in a manner that city picks the art, we pick the art, get it approved by city commission. There's a lot of ways to do that the right way. We're open to coordinating the two signs so that you've got a 1,200 block activation. I think there's a lot of really cool ideas to work with that. We're totally on board with the occupancy requirements set out in the DA. We've worked a long time with staff to get those right. I think it's really important for us as a land use principle that these be activated, and it's good for business. Like an empty building that's vacant doesn't do a lot for us either. The money, this is still obviously being worked on with city staff, and they've hired a financial expert to advise them. But our proposal was, and you see this aggregated here, that we would share the greater of 20% of the gross revenues generated by each sign annually with the city. The greater of that number or a minimum annual guarantee, which would be in the first year, $500,000 per sign. In addition, we've offered a go live bonus of $500,000 when each sign turns on. And so when you put that together in the first year across these projects, the city's guaranteed $2 million. And we think, over the life of the deal, that 20% will be the more valuable stake in this partnership. And we're projecting over 30 years for that to be $3 million on average and just under $95 million total. That's what I have. We thank you for the time. Here to answer any questions, and hopefully you'll support.
We'll start with Commissioner Fresco.
I just have one question. On the Foot Locker building, are you going to remove the canopy to put up the sign?
I think we will have to, there's like that black nose of the building. I think we will have to remove that, or else we would be projecting really, really far out over the right of way. But our commitment actually in our lease with Daniel is that if for some reason the sign were to go away, we would build that back to its original condition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wasserman?
Yes, same question. What would 10 to 15 years as a term instead of 30 do to your financials?
I don't know that we could make the offer that we have. I think Bill summarized this too from Big. I think so. We make a tremendous investment in the capital cost of the signs up front, and then the other thing that I think is, not as obvious is 8 to 12 years. You got to replace the whole LED screen, and that's another $1 million plus investment. And so plus there's ongoing maintenance, operations, things like that. And so, I don't want to say it's a black line, but it certainly wouldn't be the compelling offer that you have here.
Thanks.
Commissioner Andrews?
Just want to come back to the 301 Arizona. I'm curious about, so I'll admit, I kind of like the option one better, except I don't like those extra squiggly lines. I said that at the meeting. I like the playfulness. I know there's a lot going on that building. That having been said, what bothers me about, I can live with option two, except I have two questions. One is, it's an angled, there's like, the angle on the corner is really articulated, and I'm wondering if that could be curved more gently. And the other is yes to all the advantages of the cladding, but to me, that cladding at the bottom kind of puts like, I'm somebody who doesn't buy glasses that have the bar across the top. Like, I just don't like the foreshortening that happens when you have that much cladding. So I'm wondering, if you're not covering something, could that be substantially reduced just to give, because with the layers, it all sort of flattens the thing, and I would love it to feel freer, just a little bit more open.
Yeah, we'd be happy to look at both of those.
Okay.
I don't know that we're wedded to either of those.
That's great. Thank you.
Can I just interject one thing? I think the opposite of what he thinks.
Fair enough.
We're going to let Commissioner Wasserman and Vice Chair Chaco work it out, and they'll get back to you.
Sounds good.
If you could go to the slide you had for the landmark building where you showed them side by side a couple of options that I think indicating how you addressed some concerns. Could you maybe spend a minute on pointing out what specifically changed on those two?
Yeah, and so on the left is our original design, and
Right.
I think what you see is more, not on the LED area, the actual square of the LED. So we actually took inspiration from sort of like 1950s car culture, post-World War II, and sort of tried to draw shapes out of like metal shapes and fins out of that. And so you see kind of all around the LED, you've got these like fluted elements and, you know, metal geometry that kind of curves around. And our goal there was to try to balance. So we're not, because of the driving angle and the visibility angle of the sign, we're not symmetrical to the corner. And that corner is so symmetrical. And so what we wanted to do was try to balance the sign and balance its weight. And I think we carried that intent over of having some balance into the current design, which still has that ribbed metal to the right of the LED face. But the feedback we got from, you know, the Conservancy folks, I think from commissioners and our own consultant, was sort of the less is more. When we're dealing with a historic facade like this, it was, you know, let the facade kind of breathe through. There is one other point too I forgot to make, and I think it's sort of like, you know, when you look under this sign, what is the pedestrian vantage? There won't be spiders. We'll make sure it's cleaned and maintained, but we want to keep it a little bit separate from the building. So the way that our subframe is going to hang over, if you're walking down the promenade, you'll still get to see the facade, and you'll see our 4 small attachment points. But other than that, the sign won't be flush against it.
And the lighting will help as well, I guess.
Exactly.
All right. Very briefly, go back to those option 1, option 2 slides again for the other location. I'm still open-minded about it, but I have to mention that I think the more interesting, playful shape of the option on the left seemed kind of intriguing to me, and particularly at the bottom edge. So I just want to mention that.
Thank you.
No. Okay, great.
Well, I haven't said what I actually think yet.
Wait, Nina has, yeah.
Okay,
Some discussion now. Do you want to start?
I do.
Yeah.
So this building, first, I just have to say that as much as putting a 1,000 square foot digital sign on a historic building makes me want to weep, I think that you did the best possible job that could be done. And I think it's the best of all of these signs. And I wish all 7 of them were designed with that care and sensitivity to the buildings they're on. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. So when I look at this building without the sign, I see the early 90s when we just started the farmers market and the promenade was soaring and Santa Monica was the leader of the free world, and it was incredible. And, you know, so I feel like this is a building that tells a story, and I have a lot of trouble with that curving sign that is just completely oblivious to the building it's on. And especially the way that it actually overlaps 2.5 windows, that's just the OCD in me maybe, but I really have a problem with that. And the other sign, the reason I feel like it's better, first of all, I think from one of the views I saw that it only overlaps 2 windows, which is much better. But those windows are like these tilted boxes of glass, and they have angles, and there's the wedding cake. And I just think it just responds to the building 100,000 times better. And I think you do have to have some mechanical covering, whatever on there. If it can be thinner, you know, fine. I mean, less is always more. And just being responsive and minimalist. And we're adding 1,000 square foot sign, so why do we need to add so much more? So those are my main comments.
Yes to curve, no to curve.
No, I like angles.
You like the angle.
I like the angles because they're responsive to the angled windows and the tilts and the angles. Because those windows, they tilt like this, and then they're like little boxes of glass that stick out. That's, I'm sure there's better architectural ways of describing that, but yeah, I mean, they're like cantilevered I mean, it looks,
Oh, they're angled, I can't see it.
yeah, so, you know, that, and then with the irregular 3 panels, it kind of responds to those windows, and so it feels like it was made for this building and didn't just drop down from a spaceship. So, that's, you know, and then in terms of, so I hope that the DA will say that if the sign goes away, that there is a canopy that needs to be restored. I would like to see that. And the idea of an interpretive plaque or something on the ground level just makes me feel joy.
Not here.
Huh? No, on the other one. No, I'm just talking about both of them at the same time. Oh, yeah, and I was kidding before, but then it actually would be really cool every hour to have 30 seconds where that screen just showed exactly what was behind it. So, you know, yeah. So that's all. I don't know. That was just part of the interpretive display. That's everything.
Any other discussion? Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner West.
Thanks. I'll just leave most of the designing to Nina. My initial instinct was to prefer the original design, but I've also been described as completely oblivious, so I'll take that one. I mean, there are curved elements as I'm looking at the building on the front and beneath what the sign is covering. But yeah, I'll leave it at that and echo the points you made first on the JCPenney, the John Reed building. I agree that that's a very nice design for a very difficult challenge to fit it on a historical building.
Okay, so yeah, I can live with the angles, and I can live with the design number 2. I really would like that cladding to be less, as little as possible.
Talking about
The bottom, just the bottom. Yeah, because it's just one more sort of floor. It's not quite the first floor. It's above the first floor. It's above the Foot Locker kind of facade, and then it's below the second. Like, I'm really confused. How many stories does this building have? My OCD is being triggered by the multiple levels that it suggests. Okay, so over the summer, I had the chance to visit the Dali house. And what one discovers when you go and see a lot of Salvador Dali art at the same time is that you reach your Dali limit. There's a moment like 2/3 of the way through the museum where you're like, I get it. So if going into this DA, we're on, I don't know, what is this, the 6th rectangular, I will give fair shakes to the AMC building, but 6th rectangular shape. I am reaching my rectangular limit on designs. And I have to say, I can accept that this version 1 is not right for this building. I really would like, I mean, just a general comment, I would like to see some creativity in sign shape, particularly on these single sign buildings, like where it's one, not like Santa Monica Place where it's for, you know, where they have to do a program. This is a building, the other one is a building. I echo Commissioner Fresco in appreciation for what's being done. I mean, it's a beautiful redesign up by Wilshire, and I think you've done a great job with it. And with the lighting that you've talked about, I think it actually could make some of this pop even more than it is now. And at the sidewalk level, it would be great to have a photo of the original and you know, some historical context. I mean, my parents took me to buy like undershirts there in the 70s. So, you know, if you want to bring back those brick podiums that I played on, that's fine too. But no other notes. Thank you for being responsive to the neighbors across the way and continuing to work with them on their lighting needs too. So, yeah.
Appreciate that. I'd also say that my gut sense was to lean towards the option on the left, but after hearing Commissioner Fresco's very erudite explanation of how the alternative evolved, I'm inclined to change my mind. I mean, particularly about, correct me if I'm wrong, that the angling of those faces echo the angles of the window space. Is that what your understanding was? They respond to it?
They respond.
echo or respond?
It's 3-1 and the motion fails, I guess.
I'm fine with that.
Right, so I think that's all I have to say on that. If there's any more discussion? Hearing none, I think we're ready for a vote. We'll be taking 2 votes, one for each of the properties.
One?
We'll do
Two
two motions, like one for for each of the buildings.
All right, so we'll begin with the vote on the 301 Arizona Avenue / 1253 3rd Street Promenade.
Can we see the,
Can we have a motion?
yeah, I'll move as soon as I see what I'm supposed to move. I'll be very happy to move I believe it was item 1 that was in front of us, like, it was number 1 and number 3.
Yeah, you'll do number 3 with each.
Yeah,
Of that,
so,
yes.
there we go. Okay, so I will start by moving recommendation 1 and recommendation 3.
Second.
Great.
Incorporating our thoughts and comments and the fact that Nina, with her 1 vote, overruled the 3 of us.
Okay, Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Chaco.
Yes.
Great, that passes.
And so accordingly, I will move recommendation 2 and recommendation 3.
Second.
Great. Again, Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman, and Vice Chair Chaco.
And same note about the comments, but I didn't think we had many on that.
Of course. Thank you.
All right, we can move on to the next item, which was for the development agreement at 1202 3rd Street Promenade. We have a motion.
No.
1310.
Oh, did we voted on both of them together? Okay, great. Thank you. Efficiency.
One more.
All right, home stretch. So a lot of the stuff is repeated, so for your sake and mine, I will try to be brief. All right, we're here for the 4th one of the night, certainly not the last DA for digital signage. So this one is for 1310 3rd Street Promenade. This is the AMC building, and so staff recommends that Planning Commission review and recommend to City Council approval of the development agreement with findings for 1310 3rd Street Promenade. So again, this is the 4th digital display DA that we've received. Certainly there will be more in the future. Again, this what has been provided to you is a development agreement template that is intended to apply universally to all the DA applicants. Just to note that we have not, a lot of these terms that's in the development agreement template have not been reviewed fully and vetted fully by the applicant. And so things like building occupancy thresholds and things like that are still to be determined in the development agreement template, or to be determined in the development agreement for this building. These are the same considerations. So getting to the project, this is the AMC Theater building. As you can see, it's on the corner of 3rd Street Promenade in Arizona, diagonally away from the Foot Locker building that we just reviewed. Again, one of the four corners of 3rd Street Promenade in Arizona. And here's the design of the display. This again has been redesigned in response to city staff comments. This, of course, you could see a familiarity here in terms of the design to the Santa Monica Place digital displays, because it is the same architect. So it is a 1,000 square foot display. It is building mounted. It's also full motion with a width of 50 feet and 20 feet in height. It does project into the right-of-way of 3.5 feet onto 3rd Street, as well as 2 feet into Arizona. Again, this development agreement template provides a 30-year term with options for extensions and a building outside building permit issuance date. Also, it would be expected to provide financial community benefits in the form of gross revenue, a revenue share of the gross annual revenues, as well as a MAG, whichever is greater, a one-time contribution Again, the amounts of financial community benefits are still to be determined. Also, allocated community content is 20% pursuant to the ordinance. This equates to approximately 12 minutes per hour as well, and it would also be administered through the city, through a city-administered program for digital city content and art. Building occupancy thresholds. These have not been vetted fully by the applicant. However, what is in the template right now is 50% of the entire building. Of course, this is a single tenant, of course, so it would be the entire ground floor of the building that would have to be rented based on the template that's based on what is provided in the DA template. So with this one, also it faces the residential uses that's above the Victoria's Secret. Most of the display faces away from the residential uses, though. It's been designed to curve around the building. Again, we ask that you make the findings that's provided in the staff report with the same recommendations, but for 1310 3rd Street Promenade.
Commissioner Andrews?
Thank you. So just before I ask my question, I want to note that I think, and particularly for Susan, I think this is 5 DAs in this period of 6 or 7 weeks, maybe 2 months, and 4 DAs in a single night. That's got to be a record. Yeah, like, you know, the 2010s are calling. This is something. Okay, so same question about the community meetings. These were not joint community meetings, so there was a separate community meeting for this one.
Right. So this one was the last of the development agreement, or not the last, but this was the most recent development agreement that was submitted this year. And so because of the quick timeline, the community meeting was actually held this week on Monday.
Okay.
I think one person showed up, I believe, because it was also during the Dodgers game. So
there was a rally downstairs, right? Yeah.
Right, but this display, of course, is on the other opposite diagonal of the Foot Locker building as well. So, but yeah, the community meeting was just a recent thing that happened.
Okay.
And no, have not heard from any. I believe there is one residential. I don't know if it was the one across the street at the Criterion. Yeah, that may have.
Okay.
commented.
And this is a little bit above our pay grade, but I just want to ask for the sake of process. I have been given to understand that, in fact, this property now has a different representative than it had 48 hours ago. We're confident in our proceeding with this.
Yes, it is yesterday it went under receivership. So we did receive an email from the receiver authorizing to proceed with this.
Okay.
So, yeah, we got authorization from both the applicant as well as the receiver, so.
I just think that's important to have on the record and resolve for anybody. So, okay, great. Thank you so much.
Any other questions for staff? No? We have the applicant presentation.
Hi, everybody. Bill Tagliaferri again from Big Outdoor. We'll make this as brief as possible. We appreciate everyone's patience kind of sitting through this. We appreciate staff and everything they've done to get us to this point. I'm joined today by Ben Anderson, who's being here on the architect. That's going to help us walk through some of the designs. And I think before we kind of go through Ben's, we hear you loud and clear about maybe a little bit more minimalistic and less is more. So I think as we go through this, we're going to really come back and understand that a lot of the comments, a lot of the design that we did had in mind some of the orientation that was put in place because of the residential, also the framing. That was some feedback that we worked on with staff. But we hear you and we're open to any of the conversation with that as well. We're also joined by Spencer Kallick from Allen Matkins. If there are any more questions about the property or the receivership, Spencer can answer those as well. But I'll hand off the mic to Ben and I'll be available for any questions. Thank you.
Hello again. Okay, so how to make this relevant but quick. Let's start on the next, I think it's slide 8, please. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, so what makes this site a little bit different? We have the AMC building, a kind of a classic 90s postmodern design. As you just heard, the receivership, the tenant AMC is in the building until 2029. And so what we began talking about as it relates to the individuality versus the collective is that there's a high likelihood that a renovation might change the building style. And so we're cautious to get too specific with certain elements. Obviously, if it's a landmark building, it requires much more sensitivity, and those elements aren't going to change. But as it relates to the design, I think we're obviously supportive of, because we're proposing to do it, kind of stay in line with this collective of the kind of waveform signs. The sign is split roughly 50-50, facing the promenade and facing Arizona. And totals 1,000 square feet. Dimensions are roughly 50 by 20. So one kind of unique challenge here is the building itself has a lower parapet and then steps back, obviously, to the higher height of the upper level cinemas. The draft sign ordinance limits us to 14 feet above street level. So we begin to, as it relates to kind of the horizontality of this, there are some kind of thresholds that we're bumping into that begin to guide us in terms of the overall and final orientation. I think we've kind of heard that what we feel is supportive of this type of waveform and kind of graphic through architectural murals that we can do here. And then I'll just sort of speak to this. This is, unfortunately, I'll own this. This is a slightly older slide, so I may, once I present this, ask to jump back to the one of the final slides from Rachel. And I think it's a great example of working really well with staff who have been incredibly responsive in getting us here. So, wanting it to feel very much like it's part of this collective of the waveform signs. It's wrapping the corner. That radiused edge does give us, again, the kind of opportunity for 3D content, which, such a pedestrian-rich opportunity like this certainly warrants it. I think where this one, you'll see the difference is that the amount of framing was pretty generous. Although the sign is purposely sort of canted away from the Arizona facade to create a little bit of visual interest. That's a purposeful play off of the relative simplicity of the box it sits on top of. But the framing itself, I think in working with staff, felt like maybe it was a little too simple or a little bit too much like the previous one. So if we can jump to that other presentation, I'll just sort of talk through the last round of improvements. Apologies. There we go. So what changed? The frame itself is no longer kind of a given in terms of the width, as Bill mentioned. So the frame now varies. There are portions of it that are very slim and slender, kind of letting the screen itself kind of be featured, and then there's places where it's purposely a little bit more additive. What that is also doing is creating a sense of forced perspective on the top that further kind of plays up that idea of the canted sign surface. And then along Arizona, you're seeing that waveform align with and almost become coplanar with the box behind it. So as it relates to kind of how does this become specialized per its context, how does this reflect the building it's on and not just the collective it's a part of, is I think we were focused more on kind of the base geometries that are likely to not change if or when a substantial renovation of the base building occurs. And with that, I'll leave it to questions.
Commissioner Landris?
Yeah, I like this design better than the original. There's a lot going on, but I appreciate that it's not a rectangle in terms of the framing. Really appreciate that. I know you can't commit to this but I'm sort of hoping that very 80s fake sunrise is going to go away on the Arizona side, because part of what I'm reacting to design-wise is those two. You've got the one archway, which is the way into the theater, which is a lot harder to renovate. I mean, you can, but it's harder to renovate. But that, to me, it's pretty jarring. So my kind of question is, as you think about simplifying the structure around the sign, maybe please keep that shape. I do like that shape and that kind of the way it pops. But yeah, I'm really hoping that the 80s elements go away. And I was a teenager in the 80s. I mean, you know, I don't know. Like, that's sort of the relationship that I'm curious about and how you see. I know you can't speak to a renovation that hasn't happened, but.
Sure, but I can speculate as a designer what I might want to do. And some of these conversations were had with staff as well. Is the opportunity you're speaking to is just the relative superficiality of the facade along Arizona. So, you know, I could see if you're doing a modest renovation, that's one place where you could impact a lot of change without a lot of cost. The archway, obviously, on the 3rd Street Promenade is more substantial, but you know, would ultimately be up to the next design team coming through.
Any other questions? Commissioner Fresco?
I think that this whole theme idea works better on this building than any of the others. I mean, because this I guess there's just curvilinear things. It just sort of looks, it's okay. You know, it works to me. And, you know, I mean, because that building is so quirky and plain, something, you know, outside of, you know, it can handle something different. That's all. I've lost I can't be articulate anymore. I'm done. But it's fine.
If we lose those lines, right, that show up, then this pops better, right?
No, then that building becomes a really plain white box. I'd rather wait until somebody comes along and redesigns the whole building than to just erase elements of a building. I mean, it's a 1980s building, and that's what it is, and let's live with it. And this sign, on this building, the sign looks kind of interesting and quirky and fun and wavy, and it's doing what it's, yeah.
It's giving max headroom.
Yeah, yeah. This wasn't the 80s world I lived in the 80s, I just have to say. It was much cooler where I was in the 80s.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Yeah, I mean, well, to pick up on that, redesign the building, the comment I made earlier about this disincentivizing, this whole program, disincentivizing redevelopment is, this one stands out to me. The AMC Broadway closed, and maybe you can't have two movie theaters in such close proximity, but having watched a lot of Netflix and not gone to the movie theaters in a while, I don't, and then I guess I didn't know this about the receivership, I don't know the financial longevity of in-person movie theaters. I don't think that's ours to speculate here, but my broad concern with, you know, regardless of the design, is that this is going to make it harder that this site or a comparable site be redeveloped into something else, more pedestrian-friendly retail. Like, that is a slab on the sidewalk, housing. I don't know what you want to put there, but I'm worried this is, I mean, we have the occupancy standards. I'm still concerned. I mean, I think it's fine to go forward in the context of the broader program. This one, just the use of the building has me concerned.
I don't think I have anything to add to the discussion here, so
Can I?
you ready for, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I actually want to, I was hoping Commissioner Wasserman was going to ask his question again. Because in this particular case, when do you want to, I mean, it strikes me that they want to put this up before 2029, right? and then at some point, there's going to be a reno. Let's assume there's a reno, let's assume there's some sort of redevelopment. To my mind, that is an argument, you're going to incur costs taking off the sign and putting it back. So I guess this is a great, I'm curious from your perspective, this is a great example of what happens when a sign goes offline mid-contract. Let's just spec that out for a second. Let's assume for a moment an in extremis scenario. AMC leaves in 29. Property owner decides that a substantial renovation is needed. You have a 30-year DA on a sign that you put in 2 years earlier to be up in time for the Olympics or, and the Paralympics and everything else. So talk to us about how that works for you and how that plays out with the relationship with the city.
Yeah, absolutely. And before, I think it's something to note that every DA that you're going to go, if it's 30 years, you're going to have turnover of a building and renovation of a building. Even if it's 10 years, there's going to be a tenant that comes in and out.
Yeah.
So as we're looking at Santa Monica, where we have Nordstrom that's on its way out or out. So I think every property you should be thinking about that on. There are ways of building around signs, but you could keep them up during renovation where you could do that. Depending on how severe it is and who the new tenant is coming in, you would take down the sign and then you could put it back up. And what that disturbance is, we would work together on figuring that out. Obviously, it's going to be for the better good because we're coming in and refacing an entire building. So I think that, we've actually built a building around the sign in Chicago as a rooftop sign. We held the sign up. We built an entire building around. I have pictures of it. It's the most amazing thing. Everyone thought we were crazy, but there are ways of doing it. So, regardless of what happens with AMC in 2029, you are going to experience this on every other property you're talking to. We have ways of being flexible around it. And ultimately, if the sign has to come back down and be reintegrated into a new facade, we're happy to work along those.
Is there anything that you need in this agreement? I'm sorry, we're sort of reopening the hearing here, but is there anything that you need in this agreement that could streamline the process with us? Like, is there any aspect of that renovation that would trigger a reopening of the DA so that we might want to prevent it coming back? If you're just literally lifting off the sign, putting it in storage for a minute and putting it back, I'm making this up. Sure. It's the same sign. We will have approved it, this month. But, do you see a world where the sign might have to change because of the reno?
Yeah, and I think what we could do is we could almost make it our option, right? It's easy if we want to go back into the original footprint that we were approved upon, then that's just kind of an administrative way of going about it. Or we could say, hey, this is the new facade, but we have even a cooler way of integrating the sign into this new facade that's going to make it different and then work alongside of that. So I think maybe having the option of saying, build it back to where it was, or let's work together and do something different, now kind of future-proofing this as we go along. So I think as far as the option, I think that'd probably be the best way to approach it.
Okay. Just sort of a note to staff, I get. It's already in there. It's in there? Okay.
I thought
All right.
so, yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Great.
I'm ready to move.
All right.
The item.
Do you have a motion?
Sure, I'll move number 1 and number 2. I guess it's number 1 and number 2. I think we all indicated a preference for the revised design, and we're happy with, if staff is happy with the implications of a potential reno that's sooner than we all imagine anywhere else. I think we're good to go. So I'll move 1 and 2.
Second,
Commissioner Fresco,
yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Chaco.
Yes.
And we're done with signs.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
All right, so we can move on to the administrative items and review and discussion of the Planning Commission's 24-25 report and questionnaire.
If there is an appetite to do this at the next meeting, I can be swayed. It's your choice, obviously, but we would want to visit this at the next one.
Do you want to do it at the November 19th? Okay. Are we going to be together on the 19th?
The goal is, yes, at the moment, that is what we were planning on. I hope we have at least 4 of you on the 19th.
It's a regular meeting. I mean, yeah.
4, you're right, But yeah, we could table this to the 19th, as it appears we will have a quorum as well. on
All
that
right,
day
I
as
move to
well.
continue item 10A to November 19th.
Second.
We can do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Great.
All right, so do we have a planning commissioner's discussion item? Commissioner Musselman, do you want to say anything
I
about
got
it?
this from Leslie. She shared an article every time, so I'll share an article about planning and immigration. We are not removed from that as planners, thinking about the wall and our role. So just something to reflect on. And I did have an adjourning motion. I don't know if that's in order.
Yeah, okay.
Recently, last week, Brad Lipsche and Maura Cohen were killed on the streets of Santa Monica, very close to where I live. I didn't know them. From what I've heard, they were major, contributors to our city, to its vibrancy, and any life lost on our streets is too many. Mayor Grede did a much more thoughtful motion at the city council meeting last night, but I just want to adjourn in their memory.
Thank you. Adjourn at 10:31. Thank you, everyone.